and also increase the efficiency for the farmers, because basically when you use a lot of money, when you're detaching your maize, the production cost becomes very high and your profit is limited. So in respect to the, I can't just, yes. I think in respect to the abstract, you can see the abstract basically is designing and fabrication of the deployment of this machine is the focus of this paper, where the design is based on basically engineering design approach with the need of using the AutoCAD and the values which we think it will be easier for us, and also using the available materials which are engineering approved. The machine will be electrically operated, and it will use a motor which will be 5.5 kilowatts, which will run at a speed of around 300 reps per minute, and the torque produced will be at least 15 Newton meters, which will be around 14.92 Newton. So the reason as to why we did this is because we realized that there is a problem in the detaching of the maize, basically because various methods have been used to detach the maize from their cob, which includes the one which was used initially using the hands. Also, initially, or sometimes back, there was one which was used, using you just pedal a system on a bench, and then you start sharing your maize. And also there was another one which was using the piston motor and the machine which were powered by diesel engines. And because of the ecosystems, we are not encouraging the use of the diesel or petrol engines because of the ecosystem, and we want to embrace the green energies. So the objective of this paper is basically to design a combined maize thresher for a small scale applications, which will not be using the diesel or the petrol machines. So the specific objective basically are to select the appropriate materials for design, to design various parts of the machine using the AutoCAD, and fabricate the machine and test it for operation and its efficiency and also the output of it. So the significance of the study basically will be based on the elimination of the risk which are involved in minimizing the time wasted between the time wasted when we are using the normal threshing machines. Also, we also see that the farmers will realize 100% benefit from their product when they reduce the production cost of the maize threshing. You can't fail to say that you are not the first person who have done this. We appreciate the ones who have done it before, and we borrowed some knowledge from people from the journals, and in accordance to the Girish Katik 2015, we saw that they have done a machine which was crank operated maize shearer, and also the Patel Hadik 2018, they designed and fabricated our motorized maize shearing machine, among others, which are in my full paper. So for the conceptual framework of the machine, basically how it will be operating, we have the power source, where it is basically a 240 power output. We have a switch which will be an on-off switch. Then we have the machine which is the thresher, and basically our output will be the maize on the other end. So the research methodology we have done, the designer came up with the design for the machine. The model was developed using the AutoCAD, and it was analyzed mathematically and scientifically using the mechanics of machine and destroying the materials, which I have achieved via my education. I've done a bit of the mechanics of machine and destroying the materials, which is the material science. And also the designer fabricated, I've already fabricated the machine and it's in our workshop, which is in the Nyeri Polytechnic Automotive Workshop. It is there. So the analysis, I've done some analysis on the following parts. The first part is the shaft. There is a hopper, there is a maze, there is a main frame, there is a drum, pulleys, belts, bearings, bolts and nuts. And I think that in my specific objective, the last objective was the fabrication. We already done the fabrication, and this is the procedure for the fabrication. We started with doing the measurements of the machine which I wanted to come up with. Then from measuring the materials, we did the cutting. After cutting, we have done something. We have done some grinding. After grinding, we did some milling on the shafts and so. Then after milling, we must have done a bit of welding, that is the metal joining. And then from there, there is a panel beating where we were doing some spray painting and so to make sure that our machine is a bit well presented. As you can see from my diagram, this is part and parcel of our procedure part where we were designing the machine there. You can see we have already done the base and we have already done the shaft with the spikes, and we have combined it with the bearing. So basically, this was last, but the part which was basically before this one, which I'm presenting now, because this is the time now we are assembling. You can see I have an assistance there when we are producing that one, and the basic is the machine looks like that, and that's the end product of the machine. Then we had to do the testing so that we can see the rates at which the machine is doing. And you can see the first trial we did with the grain, which was 2.5. We did a time of around 45 seconds, and the output we were able to see that it can shell at around 200 kilogram per hour. But the optimum time, the optimum efficiency, we saw that it can produce around 450 kilogram per hour. When we tested it using the 15 kilogram grain, it took 20 minutes, 20 seconds. So when we do some arithmetics, we saw that it can have around 450 kilogram per hour. So, and also for efficiency, because some machines normally do the extract the maize and it leaves the others in the cobs. But for us, we saw that it have an optimum maize sharing efficiency of around 93%, which in accordance to us, we saw it is good for us. So for the recommendation, we saw that the innovative designers are encouraged to strive and come up with a worthy improvement on that side. So we are not casting anything on the stone. We allow other people to come and improve on our design. In the meantime, the machine users are advised to avoid unnecessary rough handling and overloading of the machine, so that it can last longer. Also, after following that, it will live a long life, and it will also have to have minimal maintenance, and the replacement of the part will be minimal. Otherwise, general routine maintenance is also encouraged so that you can prolong the machine life. Without any ado, I wish to stop there. Thank you. Are you seeing me? Hello?
Are you getting me? You getting me?
Yes, we are getting you.
Thank you so much for that presentation.
Yes.
It's a good presentation. And,
yes.
And I'd like to ask if there is any comment, any question from the audience.
Yes.
Please. Any question? Thank you, Protas. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
So, Brutus, I think there is one question from the audience. Are you getting me, Brutus? Hello? Brutus? Are you getting me?
Yes, I'm hearing you.
Seems we have a network failure. There is one question from the. Are you getting me now?
Yes, I'm getting you.
Thank you. There is one question from the audience. I think you can read.
Thank you, sir, for the presentation. I was asking for the Mama Mboga out there who doesn't have electricity. The machine is powered by electricity. Any solution to that?
Yes, for the small scale farmers, which will be using a very small, we can do a small size. We can do a small size which will be run by a small motor, which can be run by the solar system, because we are eliminating the green emissions to avoid the ecosystem, to protect the ecosystem. Are we communicating? Hello?
Yeah.
Yes.
Go on.
Yes. We are hoping that if we can reduce the size of the motor from 5.5 to 2.3, we can use the solar system to run the motor. Hello?
Yeah, thank you so much. We have got you clearly.
Yes.
Any other comment? Any other comment or question from the audience? John, thank you so much for that wonderful presentation.
Yes.
Thank you so much for that wonderful presentation.
Thank you very much.
Now, we are moving to the next presenter. We are moving to the next presenter. That is Caroline Musimi. Caroline Musimi. Caroline Musimi, are you getting me? Seems Caroline Musimi is not on line. It's not online. We are working on it so that we can have the next presenter. We are still working on the machines. Yeah. So I think with the audience Kisii, as we wait for Caroline to prepare, keep the audience busy. Hello, Protas, are you online?
Yes, I am online. Thank you.
Oh, Protas, thank you so much.
I'm sorry for inconveniences.
Just a minute, Protas. As you start, Protas, we are taking the presentation to be 10 minutes, then the questions from the audience, the charges 5 minutes. So try to keep time. Protas, you can go on. Start, please.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much, panelists, and thank you, students, and thank you, participants. I'm sorry for inconvenience. My name is Protas Lumiti. I'm from Jomo Kenyatta University of Agriculture and Technology. And my research is relationship between employee welfare practices and performance of non-governmental organizations in Kenya. And my supervisors are Dr. Wekesa and Dr. Mary Omondi. And if you allow me to present via screen, these are my supervisors. I'll pass through my screen shortly. Practically all over the world, organizations are competitive in their field of undertaking. And there hasn't been so much research been done on NGOs in terms of welfare practices. We know that companies that are corporate always want to be profitable, and they want their staff to perform well so that they can remain competitive in the field. NGOs have had a lot of work being done by employees out of passion, but then little has been done in terms of research to find out how can the employees in NGOs be enhanced. And that's why I came up with this topic to determine the relationship between employee welfare practices and performance of NGOs. And when I talk about welfare practices, I'm looking at those services beyond just wages and beyond salaries, things like credit facilities, mortgage support, education, recreation facilities at workplace, creches, counseling services, weddings and support. That's what I meant by welfare practices. And I grouped them in economical support, things like credit facilities. I grouped them in recreational facilities at workplace. That includes sports, team building, and enrollment into clubs. I grouped them into counseling services, group therapy, individual therapy, and work group support. And then social support, I grouped them under weddings, bereavement, and support when staff have issues. Of course, the research design was basically cross-sectional survey, both quantitative and qualitative. My target population was basically NGOs in Nairobi. I looked at 99 NGOs and I got a sample of 14,283 employees, out of which, of course, through sampling frame, I had to come up with a population of 355. And those 355, we grouped them into top management, middle management, and lower management. And of course, through this descriptive statistics, we found that all the constructs were relevant for analysis, and we did the analysis. And of course, the outcome of the analysis was very clear that economical support had a mean score of 1.7, up to social support, which was basically coming up to 2.7. The highest was recreational facilities at workplace, where all the constructs were very relevant for analysis. Simple regression model was taken, and other tests were done through the ANOVA and all that's required for research. And the conclusion was that there was a positive and significant relationship between employee practices and performance of NGOs. When you put all these practices in place, we realized that when you enhance the staff, give them educational loans, give them mortgage facilities, and support them in their education, when you support them through counseling, especially mental health came out very clear. When you support them through their weddings and anniversaries, their performance increases. Hence, the increase in performance of NGOs, especially the services, are done very well, the staff stay longer, and they participate actively. We also determined that, of course, other studies could be done in the area, especially using other constructs, using moderating factors. And we concluded that it's important for NGOs, managers, and directors to implement a policy on economical support, social support, recreational facilities at workplace, and counseling services. And that will enhance the support of the staff and enhance the performance of NGOs. Thank you very much. I wish to thank the Kisii National Polytechnic Committee and all the members and the panelists. And thank you, students, for being able to listen to me. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bwana Protas. That has been a very good presentation. And, please hold on so that we see whether there'll be any questions asked, so that we can you can answer them and engage with the audience, please. Any questions, any comments, any additions to the presentation? This is your time to ask before TAS goes offline. But we hope, Bwana Protas, that you'll stay with us. Thank you.
I will stay.
Any
I'll stay.
questions?
Thank you.
Any comments? Any additions? Yes, we have one here. Phone.
Thank you for the nice presentation. My name is Dr. Iber. I wanted to know how reliability and the validity of your research was achieved. Thank you.
Audience, please. Okay, meanwhile, Bonaprotas, you can answer that one.
Okay, thank you very much. In terms of the validity of the study, of course, when we did the pilot study, we discovered that all the constructs that we had put in place had applicability in terms of further research. And we had to discuss with the supervisors. And of course, we found out that it was necessary that the tools used, especially the questionnaires and the interviews carried out, were tools that were reliable in terms of continued study. In terms of reliability, of course, we did do tests to find out whether the tools were applicable, and all the reliable tools in terms of research were done, and the findings were that the tools, the constructs, all the questions through the Likert questions were reliable, and that's why we used the tools for further analysis and the outcome of the models that were discovered at the end.
Okay, thank you very much. I hope that satisfies you. Any other? All right, we don't have any other. Bonaprotas, if you will stay with us, you can listen to other presentations. We'll be happy to have you around.
Thank you very much, panelists. Thank you.
Also online is Caroline Musimi from Coast Institute of Technology, presenting a paper on the influence of provision of modern teaching and learning equipment as a means of improving the quality of training in TVET in Kenya. I hope we have Caroline on
yes.
Oh yes, I can see you. Caroline, welcome.
Okay. Thank you very much. To the panelists, just a minute. Just a minute, I would like to share my presentation with you.
Frozen. Caroline again, yes. You can hear us, Caroline?
A minute, please. Yes? A minute. My name is Caroline Musimi from Coast Institute of Technology. And today I'd like to present my research on the influence of provision of modern teaching and learning equipment as a means of improving the quality of training in Kenya. Thank you. So the background of this study was based on a conference, which the third conference of UNESCO, which was held in Shanghai in 2012, and identified the current and future, called upon all the governments across the world to identify current and future skills needs to ensure the relevance of TVET programs to rapidly changing labor markets, economies, and societies. Now, as we all know that relevant skills are a bedrock for poverty reduction, economic recovery, and sustainable development. To achieve this, the TVET sector has a vital role are met. Now, Kenya has been experiencing high unemployability, due to a mismatch of skills, a theory-based curriculum, which has been evident in most of our institutions, and availability of outdated technology teaching and learning equipment. Now, the problem statement of this study, as we know now in Kenya, the country's industries are shifting from the low-skilled manual work to skill-intensive patterns. The need for skilled workers is on the rise. Recently, more efforts are being directed towards revitalizing and modernizing of TVET colleges to ensure that training of high-quality skills is achieved. Now, this study sought to discover the influence of these efforts and whether the effect is being felt in the efforts to provide quality training in TVET institutions. The research method that I used for this study was a mixed research design, whereby I carried out a document search and also carried out a cross-sectional survey research. In the cross-sectional survey research, proportional stratified sampling was used to sample a total of 172 TVET learners from 3 TVET institutions, which received modern teaching and learning equipment from the government. Now, the validity of the questionnaire, which was used to collect data, was tested, and the Cronbach's alpha was proved to be 0.70 for consistency, and the reliability was tested using 30 respondents who did not take part in the main survey. The research objectives of this research were to determine the influence of modern teaching and learning equipment on the development of employability skills of TVET graduates in Kenya, and to find the challenges faced by TVET institutions in Kenya. Now, the results or the findings of this research revealed that in regard to labor market skills, all the items that were in the scale, that is logical thinking, capability to work in the industry improving, the learners believed that practical learning would promote their future employment. They were confident of getting a job after finishing their course, and they felt confident to attend a job interview in the industries, and that they had acquired specialized knowledge. All these items, as you can see, had a mean of above average, meaning that they had acquired skills that made them confident or made them feel that they acquired labor market skills. Now, the findings further revealed that the skills being delivered by these institutions were relevant with the expectations of the labor market, and that TVET was slowly, though slowly but sure, moving towards vocationalism of the educational system of TVET in Kenya, which is usually guided by the needs of the economy. Now, Kenya is emulating China by adopting vocationalism in education for faster economic development. On the challenges faced by TVET institutions in Kenya, the challenges that came out conspicuously were like the inadequate number of trainers. There was inadequate number of trainers in these TVET institutions. The trainees also purported that they got problems in paying their school fees. And also there was evidence that there was lack of wide consultation with the educational stakeholders and industry stakeholders before making key decisions regarding TVET in Kenya. Further, inadequate number of modern teaching and learning equipment was evident in these institutions. And though there was some improvement, still there was skill mismatch between TVET or between the skills being delivered by TVET institutions in Kenya and the industry requirements. Now, this study concludes that there is need for the government to invest in providing modern teaching and learning equipment in TVET institutions, because this one will lead to vocationalization of TVET institutions, which brings about quality training in TVET, and of course, leading to employment. This could be self-employment or employment in the industries. And with that, we will be sure of moving to industrialization, which is a key mandate or which the Kenyan government is looking up to. This study puts across three main or major recommendations. One, there is need to recognize that TVET teachers are key stakeholders in the integration of technology in learning and training process. Two, there is need for the government to increase TVET funding so as to reduce the amount of school fees being paid by TVET students. And the last one is that the ministry needs to consult widely with educational and industry stakeholders before making any decisions on which learning and teaching resources are to be supplied to each and every TVET institution in Kenya. Thank you.
We've enjoyed your presentation. Yes, and now we welcome questions, comments, additions, contributions from the audience. Any questions, any contributions? Kindly raise up your hand. Yes, please.
Thanks, Carol, for the wonderful presentation. I'm asking two things. What is the effect of the cost of modern equipment and the training? Because that is one of the challenges you highlighted. And also how to overcome the challenge of lack of skills or the human resource to operate these modern equipment. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for your question.
Caroline, you can.
Yeah. So you asked what is the effect of lack of modern teaching and learning equipment, and as I said, is that this has led to mostly theory-based learning in most of our TVET institutions because we lack modern teaching and learning equipment in these institutions. And two, the lack of skills has been seen to affect the human resource in most industries, whereby you find even in the industries where we take our trainees for attachments or for industrial attachments, they complain over skill mismatch between these trainees and what they need. Also, if Kenya were to be industrialized by the year 2030, it means that we should equip the TVET trainees, because the TVET is the future of Kenya. We need to equip them with skills that can make them employ themselves and come up with innovations that will lead us to industrialization by the year 2030. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Caroline. Do we have any other comments, questions, additions from the audience? Yes, please. Any? I don't see any hand up at the moment, but please, Caroline, if you can stay online and join us in our sessions as they continue. In case a question arises out of your presentation, you can always interact with us.
Okay, thank you very much for your time.
Okay, now any presenters who are here And you need to present your paper. Please come to the desk over here and register so that we can have you on the program. I understand that we still have other presentations going on in the seminar rooms. So this is just one session like the others. And we should not be alarmed that we don't have many presentations here. This is just one room of the many that are going on. So we have the other tracks going on in other rooms. So anyone who is here and has a paper, kindly come to the desk and register. Meanwhile, DJ, maybe you can give us a little bit of Kisii National Polytechnic.
Asante sana, Madam Chair, for this session. We have had 3 presenters. Basically, ideally that is Protas, Caroline, and John. They have given us their presentations virtually. Wageni wetu tunazidi kuwakaribisha, wale ambao mnazidi kuingia karibuni. Kuna viti vya kutosha, na sisi sote hapa tumezingatia the COVID-19 rules and protocols. Feel at home, security has been heightened, and everything is in place and control. Meanwhile, we still have some of the institutions that are giving us, showcasing what they normally do. Mount Kenya University is in the house. Visit their stand and learn more. We want to appreciate all our sponsors. The sponsors are quite a number, are 14, and we want to appreciate what they have done for us. It was not easy to put together this act, but our presenters, Absa Bank, Cooperative Bank, Kenya National Chamber of Commerce and Industry, and many others, Equity Bank, name them, the SACCOs, Kisii Mwalimu, and all those sponsors, we appreciate for your contributions. Wageni wetu tunawakaribisha. We have had, this is virtual presentations that have been going on. We have had 3 presenters, and we welcome any presenter who has not registered. Please proceed to the desk on my left, the extreme left, and register with the session chair and the rapporteur so that we can have your paper presented. Karibuni tena sana, DJ, for a small interlude, music interlude. Karibu.
Okay, as we are taking the small break, we have Ezra Mugenyi Otiende. Ezra, who has a paper to present on developed chain leader model with application to Maseno Sacco data. And Ezra is from the Sigalagala National Polytechnic. So as Ezra prepares to present his paper, we can have a small interlude. And as soon as he's ready, we can continue. Thank you. Again, if you are here and you have a paper to present, kindly come and register here. And I've said this is just one of the tracks that are going on. We have others going on in the library and in the other scheduled rooms. So please feel free to come and register your paper here. Thank you. Thank you very much. We've enjoyed that dance and the song. Ezra, we are waiting for you. Kindly take the floor. Meanwhile, Marjorie Trufosa Amunga, kindly get ready. You can present after Ezra. So Ezra, we are giving you 10 minutes for presentations, 5 minutes for questions. Meanwhile, Marjorie, kindly go to the desk, the technical desk, and have your slides in the system so that you can be ready after this. So 10 minutes, please, Ezra. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm Ezra Mugeni Otibine from the Galagala National Polytechnic. I have a paper presentation, but it will take basically a diversion. It will be a mathematical paper. It's a model we are trying to come up with to try and help the circles to try and come up with the reserves for the payment of
Okay, so maybe you can just run the slides. So if as you can, don't know whether it is clear, can see it's developed simplified chain ladder model with application to Maseno University. So that is just one of the applications, but it can apply it in any circle that currently probably you are enrolled in. So basically the most important thing that we try to look at as a part of the abstract, okay, this is just a structure, but the full abstract is on the paper, is that the fact that most circles operate within a defined common rules and regulations, still they expose them to some financial risk, because as circles, as we understand, is just combination of members. Members will come together with a common reason, probably for savings, and still even circles, they give loans. So like they can give school fees loans, they can give there's education loan, there's development loan, and so on. So if you can just move to the next slide. So you'll find that I was trying to link the circles and the insurance, how they behave and how they operate. So you'll find that as an insurance is a group of members that they take, you pay premiums for the sake of trying to foresee a risk, so that if in case the risk occurs, you are able to be identified, to be taken back to the original position you are, either as a business, probably transport business or industry business. So in insurance, we are going to pay some defined premiums. We're going to be determined the premiums supposed to pay, depending with what risk are you trying to cover as per your business. Now, if you look at that link, the same link will go to the circles. Also, the circles, they have the same idea, but they pull members together. It can be in a village setup. It can be like Kisii, they might have their own circle. They contribute monthly. So those contributions for the purpose is probably to take care of the financial risk, probably after you have, maybe you have withdrawn from the work, or you have been promoted to another institution. So when you leave a circle, by definition, we expect that the circle management to give you back your shares. But that's not what is happening currently. Like in many circles, if you wish to withdraw from that circle, probably today, there's a law from SASRA that guides the circles. You place your withdrawal request today, you are given 60 days before you are given the shares back. But that's not what is happening back on the circles on the ground. Those who are in Mwalimu circle, they're in Stima circle, they're in police circle, they understand. Even those ones who are probably in RBA, the retirement benefit circle, it still happens the same way, because you can retire today, you can even take the next 1 year before you are given back your shares. And the major reason that is affecting the circles is that they are operating in a delicate system whereby they don't have the reserves for that purpose. So what I was trying to come up with is to try and advise the circles and come up with a simplified model that can help the circle management to try and have, as they invest, they also need to have a kitty somewhere called reserve. Okay, reserves is just the resources or the amount of money you get aside for any eventuality. Because, for example, if you withdraw, you can withdraw because of sickness, you can withdraw because you've already retired, you can withdraw, you have so many reasons why you can withdraw from a circle. So you expect your shares back, and that's what's not happening in the circles. So maybe you can move to the next slide. Those are just basic concepts. So the major interest that I was using is the run-off triangle. So if you look at the insurance setup, they have so many models. One of the models that they're using, and that's the basic, is chain ladder. So chain ladder model is using a run-off triangle. So this run-off triangle, if you look at, maybe you can just go down so that we can see what is a run-off triangle. Yeah, that is the structure of a run-off triangle. You can see that we have the year of origin and we have the development year. Now, for example, if you're involved in a car accident and you have taken Jubilee insurance, there is a time difference between when the accident have happened and when you report the accident. Yeah? So there is some time frame. So an accident can happen today and you report the case tomorrow. So what causes the delay of reporting? Probably we need to come up with the traffic police will come to identify whether it was an intentional accident or it was actually an accident. So before that time, the accident have already occurred, but the company is not aware that one of our customers have already engaged in an accident. So the left part, the upper part of the run-off triangle is known. Now one of the assumptions that is helping the model to work is that we are trying to assume there is we're trying to assume that there is a pattern of claims as you pay. Of course, if an insurance company or a SACCO you have run for 10 years, at least you can be able to predict that this is what we are going to pay as our claims to the members who have withdrawn from the SACCO or even an insurance company. So there's a pattern that is supposed to be obeyed. So that is why we are going to have that as an assumption in field. Now, the remaining down part of the run-off triangle is what now we're going to determine. And that's now what's going to give us the total reserve that is supposed to be putting either in an insurance company or a SACCO. So maybe you can proceed. The statement of the problem, we just say that our major motivation was that none of the models tested. Okay, we said there are many. There's Chinlada, there's the Bonfagason method, there's inflation-adjusted method. All those, they have been working on insurance part. So none of them have tried to check what is the problem with the SACCOs, because now with the SACCOs, what we can meet on the ground, maybe in the villages, we have a Mamboga SACCO, they can form a SACCO whereby they contribute some money. You can even go to an institution like this. You can go to an institution like Galagala. They also have their own SACCOs. So the SACCOs is an immediate financial solver to our problems than even the insurance companies. So you can proceed, just proceed to the next. One of the main objective of the study was to develop a simpler model, because if you look at the insurance perspective, the guys working on insurance dealing with the reserves, the expectation is that they've already done maybe a course in actuarial science or business management or commerce. So the expertise required for the insurance company is a little bit high. So what I looked at, the setup of a SACCO, assuming that you are bringing 10 Mamambogas, whereby maybe the last part of the education maybe from 4. So you can find that if you bring the model that is invested in insurance companies, the members on the ground, they may not be able to understand that. So the expertise knowledge required in an insurance company cannot be brought down to the villages whereby we are running Mamamboga SACCO, the institutional SACCO, and so that. And of course, if you now employ an expert on that, the payment might end up eating on what you could have expected as profit. So that was the main objective. If you look at the significance of the study, so this study will help to simplify the process of claims reserving in Kenyan financial institutions. I've said one of the Kenyan financial institutions are the SACCOs, and I think they are really growing. You can, at least you can move in any institution, they always form an independent SACCO. So the SACCO is really growing to help in financial solutions to the members of the country. So you can move to the next, please. So the literature in the books, and the major literature we used was the Kramer. So Kramer provided an initial model called chain ladder that was used in insurance companies at the initial stage. But from that, we developed many. We have the Bonfagason model, we had the inflation-adjusted model. So all those were developing from the Kramers, that is 1982. You can proceed to the next, just part of the literature review. Then the methodology. So in this chapter, we are going to outline the various reserving methods for the general features, and there are general features which exist in the literature. So we're going to look at 3 only because of the interest of time, and of course major in the main document. So one will be, now this is the chain ladder estimation. So if you look at the occurrence here and the development here, that's what we are trying to explain. Like you can see that S, there is S, not S0, S0. It means that this claim occurred in year 0 and it was settled in the same year 0. So there's a way you can break down, assuming that your car worth 10 million and you're involved in an accident. The insurance company, most likely they will never pay you an instant 10 million. What they will do is they might end up coming up with a structure to pay you, and you agree maybe to the next 6 months or the next 1 year, we're going to clear your, we're going to settle up the claim that occurred from the accident. So, but the maximum number of years supposed to take is N. So if a claim occurs today, we can't go beyond the N years. That's why we are having the last in the development here, N, and the same times in occurrence development, N. So we cannot go beyond N, because if you go beyond N again, it means you have gone beyond your agreement from the customer and the insurance company. So you can move to the next, please. There's a run-off triangle. These are just the estimation. You can see the structure. These are now from the actuarial perspective, the expertise knowledge that is required. But we need to get the, of course, I is a counting number between 0 to n. And then we have K is running from 1 to n. And this one will define the development factor. Now, development factors will be developed from, if you're moving from your I to K, and then you're dividing that from your I to K minus 1, it means you're going to be one step behind. Those are going to be defined as the development factors. So you can proceed to the next, please, because of the interest of time.
Yes, please. You have 5 minutes.
Okay, thank you. So, of course, also we're going to consider the family, the Z factors, which are going to be called the incremental claim, which are going to define them, of course, as SI. If K equals to 0, we'll be adding up to SI0. And if K is a number which is more than 0, then we'll be adding from SI, K minus SI, K minus 1. K minus 1 is just one step behind. That's the definition of K minus 1. You can move to the next, please. So this is just another method. So we just want to move to the developed one so we can get the difference. Just proceed, please. So this is another method. This is Bonfuga, Ferguson has said, all of them are developing from chain ladder. Can move to the next. So now these are where we had the results. And if you look at that model, YK equals to YK minus 1 multiplied by RK. So this is what we developed. So you can just move down and check the definitions. So this is the incremental claims. So these figures you are seeing in that part of triangle is what we have found in that circle. So these are the claims they have been paying from the year 2013 to 2018. So there's the horizontal lines and there's vertical. So you can see the first horizontal line is complete and the first vertical line is also complete, meaning that all the claims which originated from year 0 were settled by the year 2018. So you can move. Of course, from there you develop the incrementals. You can see now when you add the values, then from there you'll be able to come up with the ratios. Now these ratios are determined, for example, that one is 3579.53 and this one is 2075.49. If you divide those two values, you end up with 1.7243. So those values are going to be found from the division of the incremental claims. So you can just move to the next, please. You can see that the down part. So the assumption that I was saying is that we are going to assume that there is a pattern of the claims that are going to happen. So 1.776 is an average of what you can see from 1.72, 1.7216 and all that. If you divide that by 5, you'll end up having 1.7760. So because we are going to assume a pattern, that's why in the last column, we have 1.1466 repeating itself because of that assumption that we are going to have a common pattern of paying of the reserves. So you can proceed. So if you add what you're going to find on the bottom left of the reserve, the bottom right of the reserves, the run-off triangle is what is going to give you now the total reserves you can put aside for any eventuality that can happen in the circle. So you can proceed. This is just some estimations, just to try and check if there's some relationship between the chain ladder and what we develop. And you can see somewhere we have some 0%, meaning that it can concur the model we have come up with and what is in the literature can basically tell you that there's a relationship. Because for example, you can see the first part we're getting 0 error, 0%, and the errors also are too minimal. So you can proceed. So just proceed. This is just inflation adjusted chain ladder, another model. Can just proceed. Can just proceed to the next slide. That's loss ratio, and Bonfuga have already talked about that. Just proceed now to the conclusions. So we need to check the conclusions. Okay. So what we realized as part of the conclusion that the model, the YK, which equals to YK minus 1 multiplied by RK, was developed against the chain ladder model, and the estimate, and we estimated the reserves. So the comparable results that were founded from the same claim data shows the similarities in the amount of estimated reserve. So if you can go to the document, there's where we run off the what's called the chi-square test. And that chi-square test was giving us that seriously there's a relationship between the reserves from the developed model and the reserves from the models in the literature. So we decided to run off a chi-square test because that parametric. You can run any other. You can have the regression line. You can have correlation. You can have as many as possible, but I chose chi-square because you're only having two variables to test if there's any relationship. And we can proceed. The conclusion. So this is what we're going to recommend to the circles. Probably, I'm sure the members are here, the members of different circles. So what I could recommend is that it is good for circles to be managed. And also it is good that you have the reserves for the circles also, because currently most of the circles, they don't have reserves. So from the model, I can recommend that most studies can be done on the same to empower the model. So thank you very much.
That has been a heavy mathematical dose. We'll give you a round of applause, please. Thank you, Ezra. Any questions? Any questions, any comments from the audience? And as he answers the questions, Marjorie, please give your slide so that you can take the floor after him. Yes, I can see a few questions, a few raised hands.
Yes, good morning. I would like to ask one question. You're advising us to use your model. Have you taken this model to people who own circles? And statistically, they have proved that your model is better than the one they have been using. Because that is what we can prove from the consumer behavior. They are the people in the circle, they use those circles. What are they responding to you, or you have not gone that far?
Okay, thank you for the question. I think I started by saying that in a setup, the insurers are the ones who are working with the reserves because of the kind of the business they are running. So the circles, most of the circles, and I visited 3 circles, they always use a delicate model whereby they pay the reserve, their withdrawals, the shares back from what they have collected. So one of the risk measures of using such a methodology is that you might end up using all you have collected and you forget about investment. Remember, a circle is to empower members. That means if you put in your money, you expect at least in 2 years or 3 years, you can get back your shares, at least an improvement. So what does it mean? It means for you to get some money from the circles must invest. So if you're going to use the money they collect, all of it probably because the withdrawals from a circle is not determined, it's also like a random event, because unless the member tells you that I'm going to withdraw tomorrow, you can prepare today. But you can withdraw because of sickness. So that withdrawal from a circle is treated as a random variable. So the management of circles, they are not been having that in mind, that also we need to set aside a reserve for any eventual that can happen. And when I went to Maseno, I said I used Maseno as a dummy, as an information. So in Maseno circle specifically, what they do is they categorize the claims that come. Of course, in this case, the claim is the withdrawal. And if they categorize that, they keep on paying that. Of course, they look at what they have, of course, as the savings. Then they can decide maybe to pay 10 members, because if you look at the circles, if you just go down to the ground, most of the circles are having some financial issues. But when it comes to the model, it is still on the process of being tested. But it has been tested by Maseno. So of course, you can't conclude that because it's working in Maseno, it can also work in Kisii. So that's why I'm saying it can, if it's possible, after it has fully been utilized in Maseno, and it can perform. Of course, if it can perform, we can still include more expertise. That's why I've said it's still open. We can share ideas and improve it even better. Thank you.
Thank you. There was another question at the front. At the front here. And as he brings the microphone to the front, was there another hand up? Any other questions from the audience?
Thank you for the presentation. I wanted to ask you 2 questions. One, you tested your model in Maseno Circle University, and when you compared, there were some errors. I wanted to know the source of errors and how you calculated the errors. 2, we know that with the application of artificial intelligence and Internet of Things, there are so many innovations which are very efficient, reliable, secure. So I wanted to know about your simple model, how reliable it is, efficiency, and security in terms of hackers and the cost effective. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the question. The first question was from the errors, the sources of errors and how the errors emerged. So by definition of an error here, it is not that you pay and then maybe you have some deficit. Remember we said there's some models in the literature like chain ladder. So chain ladder is existing in the literature. That is not developed, already been developed. So I was using that developed model that already was existing in the literature to calculate the reserves for that circle. And then because I said of the expertise required, the expert knowledge required when using chain ladder might not be able to be applied on the ground, probably with the members who don't have the experts in actuarial or maybe estimating the reserves. So I decided to come up with a model that can simplify and can be easily be applied. So I was using two. One is developed and another one is existing. So the error here is the difference between the model that is existing in terms of calculations and the model that we developed, again, in terms of the difference between the two. That was what I was calling the error. The error in terms of the reserves that is supposed to be kept. And you can see when I was running up the chi-square test, some of the values were 0% error, meaning that there's some relationship. There was agreeing somewhere. Not in every point, but in majority, the percentage errors were like 2.1%. That is the difference between the claims to calculate using what is existing and calculations I did using what I've developed. That is what is referred as the error. And then in terms of the reliability and the security, maybe to the hackers, maybe this one, it is not that it's going to be placed online for calculation. Just like when you go to an insurance company, you'll be told, welcome, then you sit there. Then you're going to be asked questions. What's your age? Which model of car are you using? Where are you coming from? So those questions is to help. They're putting them in a software somewhere to help and determine what premiums are you going to pay. Because if you go with you to the insurance company today and we take a lifetime insurance cover, you might not end up paying the same money. And we don't know each other. So it's from the questions you are getting. So this one also is basically going to be the circle management to help them in their calculation. Of course, in a circle, they are not going to be exposed to, like if you go to Kisii, for example, if they're having a circle, there are some members, the leaders. So the model is just to help them check how much from the collections can we put aside in case member one decide to withdraw today. Are we able to pay back the shares in 60 days? That's what we are trying to come up with. So it's not a software that can be hacked by hackers, maybe in online. It has to be used to calculate, just like a formula of getting the area of a triangle. Nobody can hack that area, the formula. The formula remains the same. You'll always get the same area. So I don't know whether I've answered your question. Thank you. Yeah, that's what I was saying, the reliability part of it. For us to say that now it is reliable, it must be tested almost maybe in 6 or 5 circles. We can't just use one, then we say now it is reliable. That's what I'm saying. I call in members. Of course, if you can use the same in Kisii circle, you can use the same in Sigalagala, you can use the same in police, and it's going to give us the same answer, and then you can now say it is reliable. But after now, because we've only tested it in one circle, we are yet to move now out of that circle and test it now so that we can conclude the reliability of the same circle.
Okay, thank you, Ezra. And finally, I would like to say that papers do not have chapters. Please make that correction. Yes, just give a summary of the whole work that you have done when you are doing a paper presentation. Thank you very much, Ezra. Marjorie, are you there? Please take the floor. Anyone else in the audience who has a paper to present, kindly come and register here on this desk so that we can have you ready. Thank you for that entertainment. Marjorie was having challenges with her PowerPoint presentation. So she requested that we give her some time to organize it. If we still have a presenter with a paper in this particular track who's supposed to be presenting, kindly come and register our paper here and then give us a presentation. Anyone begins with a paper to present? Remember, this is just one track. The other tracks are really low in the rules that were assigned. So we should not get worried that the percent of the flow, this was just one track. The others are really elsewhere. Anyone who is supposed to present here, will register your paper. As we wait for you, the thing will continue with the entertainment.
Iwapo familia ndiyo chembechembe muhimu ya jamii ya binadamu na kanisa, ni lazima maandalizi ya vijana kwa maisha ya ndoa yapewe umuhimu ufaao. Wengine hutumia wasaa mwingi na rasilimali kupanga harusi na kusahau safari ndefu ya pindi za maisha ya ndoa wanayokaribia kuianza. Ikiwa familia za Kikristo, tunapaswa kufanya maandalizi hayo ikizingatia mwongozo uliopo. Msukosuko katika uhusiano wa wawili wapendanao kurudisha familia, na utengano au talaka zikitokea huathiri vibaya watu wazima, watoto na jamii yote kwa jumla, na kudhoofisha nguzo za kijamii.
Okay. DJ, just hold a bit. Marjorie is ready. Marjorie is ready. Welcome, Marjorie. MC, please give her the microphone. Okay.
My name is Marjorie Amunga, and I'm going to present I'm going to present another mathematical model, but now dealing with a disease. So my presentation is on a simple HIV/AIDS leaky type vaccine model in Kenya, and I'm from Friends College, Kaimosi. So we know that a vaccine actually helps the system, the body system, to fight a particular disease. So I saw it necessary to come up with a model that can help relate the impact of the vaccine on the disease in Kenya, since HIV/AIDS is not only an epidemic in Kenya, but the whole world. So in my introduction, AIDS is a major disease killer, and it is estimated to have killed, to have at least 39.4 million people infected. And in Kenya only, if we are talking of only adults, it is about 1.1 million. So according to Gavi and Yavi, these are the bodies that actually are trying to come up with a vaccine for this particular disease. They are saying that the vaccine can help prevent, and if not, it can at least reduce the rate at which one moves from one stage to the next of that particular disease. Then according to some researchers on vaccines dealing with HIV/AIDS, they say the vaccine works in two ways, whereby there's a type that will actually help you completely, and there's a type, and it can also, again, not help you at all. The one we refer to as all or nothing. But when we talk of the leaky type, it is one that will actually help each and everyone who is vaccinated. So I saw it necessary to look at the type that will actually help each and everyone who is vaccinated, depending on your immune system. So the main objective of the study was to model the HIV/AIDS leaky type vaccine in Kenya, and the specific objectives were that I modeled the vaccine in the availability and application in Kenya. And then I should be able to show the future trend of the disease in Kenya in the presence of that particular type of vaccine. Then the methodology, we follow what was done by the early epidemiologists, whereby we take the infected, how the infected and how they relate with the susceptibles. That product will give us the rate at which the infected number will increase, and it will also be the number that will be decreasing for the susceptibles. So we will form ordinary differential equations, and then we will use that with the data that has been obtained in Kenya to come up with a model. And this is done, simulated in the statistical analyzing software model. So here we are saying that B will represent the recruitment in the population. Then SU will be the number of the susceptibles, those who are not yet infected and are not vaccinated, SU. Then SV will stand for those who are vaccinated. And then for those who are vaccinated, since we are dealing with the leaky type, we divide them into 3 groups, depending on the genetics of a person that will also help that person to have the vaccine, and it will help him or her to build the immune system depending on the genetics of that particular person. Then I represents the infected. Go back. The document. Click on the other one, then you click on the document. So there's a diagram that is not showing, but we can still continue. So here we have already simulated, and it is showing us for this particular case, this is where we have the uninfected. And you notice that there's a rapid rise in the disease for a group that is not vaccinated. Then after some time, it comes down. Then for this particular case, we have combined the unvaccinated and the vaccinated in the 3 stages. If you look keenly, you'll notice that for the unvaccinated, the rate is it comes to a very high peak. Then for the group that has a high immune, it comes later on. But for the one that is slightly lower, so it's like dealing with the vaccine, the ones who have a higher immune will reach a peak at a later time compared to one who is not vaccinated or one who has a lower immune, depending on how the vaccine has worked in the system. So at least these are diagrams that just show how the impact will be. Then in concluding, at least from the diagrams, from the simulations, it was noted that when a vaccine is used and it is applied on time, it can clearly tell the public health workers when revaccination can be done and the appropriate time to do it. And apart from that, it is also important to check on behavioral change, because mostly we know that HIV/AIDS is caused by, mostly we relate with it with the infection as having, when we have a contact between the infected and the susceptible. So if we have positive behavioral change and we have the vaccine, it means that in the long run, the costs of health will not go up, but at least they'll be at a standard that is manageable. And if we are to have sustainable development, it means that when we are dealing with a disease that is an epidemic, if we can equally manage it correctly, then that actually means that our funds can be used well and even used to help in development in other areas, apart from just in terms of health. Then in our recommendation, we also suggested that now that we have data in terms of ARVs, we can now use the same model and apply the use of ARV since there's data to that, because when we are using the vaccine, it is not yet available. But since we have data on ARVs, we can now use the same model and apply the data we have on ARVs and see how the impact will be. So that is the end of my presentation.
Thank you very much, Marjorie. Let's give her a round of applause. Okay, so any questions from the audience, any comments? I'm sure we all got something despite the challenges that we have experienced with technology. So let's engage with her.
Yeah. Thank you, Marjorie, for the presentation. So my question is, this one was based purely on a model, but not the real vaccine. Is that right? Or you had the real vaccine?
No.
Just speak on your mic.
No, there's no real vaccine, just a model.
Okay, that's what I wanted to know. But from the data that you have spoken about, that you're trying to simulate this from the people who are on ARVs, isn't it?
I said that
Yes.
the model
Yes.
can now be used, and we apply data that is on the people who are using ARVs, how it is working on them.
Correct. But I think I'm informed that already there are some companies that have some vaccines on trial on HIV virus. That's right.
Yeah.
Any studies in Kenya that you know?
In Kenya, yes, there's a study that was there, and the percentage rate that was, the percentage protection that it was giving, it was around 3%. That was the protection that it was giving. So it's like they were still working on it to try and improve the percentage of protection.
Correct. Thank you.
Yes, there is another question. There's another hand here and another one in the middle. Maybe we can ask the questions, and Marjorie, you have something somewhere? She doesn't have something to note down. She can answer each question then.
Okay, thank you. You have presented a model. I would like you, if you know the model or the simulation software you used in modeling. And then when you do a model and then an experimental work is done, then we expect some differences. If there is any, what do you think will be the problem? Is it the model or the experimentalist? And then, hello. Lastly, are you going to extract the parameters, specific parameters from your modeling curves? If there is any, what are the parameters that you extracted? Thank you.
So the software that I used was the statistical analyzing software, SAS. I used SAS to come up with the projection of how the disease will be in the presence of a vaccine. Then for the parameters I had, I used the vaccine. The vaccine was one of the parameters, and I divided it into 3 levels, at least to try and talk of, since it is not giving total protection, but partial for each and everyone, depending on the genetics. So I used vaccine as one of the parameters. And then I also had the force of infection, the contacts, number of contacts. And so the key thing was, you will only be infected when you have a loss of the immune system. But the diagram that I wanted to show did not actually show up correctly. At least from that diagram, it could have been well illustrated. But I had parameters which are in the full paper. They are shown clearly.
Are we satisfied? Please ask again.
Sorry, which one? Oh, that one I didn't reach that part. I just worked on the model. I have not done the experimental one because at the moment there's no actual vaccine that has been tried out and found to be effective on HIV.
Okay, are you okay now? All right, next question, please.
Okay, thank you for mathematical presentation. One, you talked about ordinary differential equations. And I don't know how you have used the ordinary differential equations and simulation, because I'm not able to see the constants if have been determined. Then secondly, you talked about this data. I don't know whether you have the data for the simulation, because you can't simulate on dummy variables. So because one, you have said there's no vaccine which have worked. That is one area. It means you don't have anyone who have been vaccinated against HIV. So data is zero, if I'm not wrong in mathematics. So it means, to me, if I could advise, if you can handle the COVID, at least there's some number of Kenyans who has been vaccinated. At least we know there are some companies which have different. So maybe you can expand the study and work on the different vaccines against COVID, and then check which one do you think you can recommend for the government, because also they are still working on their own. Then thirdly is the simulation, the simulation part. You said you worked with SAS, that is statistical software, and you fed zero data?
No.
Because for SAS to work, you must have data to give you the variables you want. So what you have told us is that the vaccine have not yet worked. So nobody have been vaccinated against HIV. So what was fed in SAS to give us the answers? Thank you.
So what I did, we have data on the number of people who are infected and the growth rate, the population growth rate, the number of susceptibles relating on the study, because from the study we take from 15 years and above as the number of susceptibles, and we have the number that is infected in Kenya. So what I did, I divided that group into three, the susceptibles, I divided into three, and at least gave a portion of the immune, the protection from the vaccine. So it's like I modeled how, if these particular groups, if I divide them into three, then I give a protection of 0.8 to one group, another one 0.5, and another one 0.3. I gave those as the protection levels from the susceptibles, which I had divided. And then for the infecteds again, I divided them into groups, and then that is the data that I used to simulate, because as you have said, SAS cannot work if you are not giving it data. So for my case, as I said, it was not experimental. I just modeled by trying to divide the data that I had in general into various groups to fit the model. That is what I did, but there is no actual data on vaccination, since, as I said, no vaccine on HIV/AIDS has actually worked to the extent of being modeled. But this is just a model that can help in case we come up with a vaccine that will work. And then, as you have recommended, I'll try and work on the COVID now that we have several vaccines that are working.
Is that okay? Has your question been answered? I'm still seeing you raising up your hand. Please give the microphone.
My major problem is that, remember, your study is touching on life. It is not on living things. So at the end of the day, people who are in this hall, they can make a conclusion that either vaccine will be better or not on human beings. So the trick, what you group 2, you can give them 0.7, and maybe the other group can give them 0. something. So what informed you in those categories? That let me categorize them in 3 first. Then now let me take group 1 and give them the rate of 0.7. Then group 2, I can give them 0.2, 0.1. What informed you? Because there's no data.
What informed me are studies that have been done elsewhere. And it is said that we as human beings, we are different, and our body systems react differently with different medicines or whatever we use. We may use the same drug, and at times there's a particular drug that will work on you, but a different type of the same disease is what will work on another person. So the key thing here is what made me to divide into three is that the leaky type of vaccine will actually help anyone, but it only helps you depending on the genetics of your body system. So what I did is I just said there's a group that will get a higher immune from the vaccine because maybe their genetics is well. Then there's another one that is slightly lower. So that is what actually made me to categorize into three, because this type of vaccine, the leaky type of vaccine, will actually protect each and everyone, but to a particular percentage depending on your genetics. So that is what actually made me to divide into the three groups.
Are we satisfied now? Thank you. Thank you so much, Marjorie. We give her a final round of applause. Okay, and then after this, we'll take 10 minutes, have our final presentation by Betty Oganda. Please give your presentation to the technical bench. Technical bench, she says she gave you yesterday, kindly look for it. Then we give her 10 minutes to do her presentation and 5 minutes for the question and answer session. Beth, please, before we take our break.
Thank you for giving me the opportunity today. I was to present yesterday, but the visitors came. My name is Betty Oganda, a trainer at the Kisii National Polytechnic. I want to make a presentation on rehabilitation of abandoned flooded quarries in Kisumu County for sustainable environment using floating solar photovoltaic. So under the sub-theme of environment sustainability. Okay, so the introduction part of it is that currently Kenya has a quest to achieve the Vision 2030 of industrialization. And you have seen a number of companies doing construction works, especially the roads and the buildings. And where do you get the materials? They have to be excavated from the ground. So that's what we call the quarrying. Excavation of the materials for construction purposes and other uses. So in Kisumu County, we have dozens of abandoned quarries. And the major concerns of the Kisumu residents are the environmental and socio-economic impacts that these quarries have. So most of them get flooded after completion of excavation, and they pose major environmental impacts. For example, we have the safety. Once they're abandoned, a number of people drown. We have seen from the media reports, from my own observations, and a number of research findings have shown that people drown in such quarries and they die. There is water pollution. That is, when people die in such quarries, the decomposed bodies pollute the water itself. During rainy seasons, the floods come with a lot of waste. Again, that pollutes the air. Another thing is that the nearby residents, most of them divert their waste, especially the sewer, to the quarries. Again, that pollutes the air. They pollute the water. And again, these quarries when they overflow during rainy seasons, they cause soil erosion, landslides, and again they act as breeding grounds for mosquitoes that again spreads malaria. So currently, research done by NEMA I think it is about the environmental impact analysis. They've shown that there is most of the quarries are never rehabilitated or they are never restored. So that's why I came up with the proposal on how we can do or on how we can rehabilitate these quarries, because most of these people see them or see the rehabilitation parts of it as an expense and they don't do it. So maybe if we make use of some technological approach to rehabilitate them, we can be able to gain economically as well as socially as we save the environment. So my research paper proposed that we install floating solar PV systems on the abandoned flooded quarry mines for sustainable environment. Next. So I think I've just explained that part as well. Next slide. So that's a picture of a flooded quarry. Next slide, please. You can see in that case, in that picture, you have divers in the water searching for bodies of 3 siblings who drowned in the quarry, Molo quarry, that is in Kenya. So it is a serious problem. So my purpose of the study or the purpose of this paper proposal is to secure and rehabilitate the flooded abandoned quarries using floating solar PV system for sustainable environment, and in turn reduce the socio-economic threats that is posed by their existence. Specific objectives, I only have 2. That is, the first one is to clear and secure the abandoned quarries. Next is to install the solar PV system, the floating solar PV system for power generation, and also to reduce the risk that are posed by them. Justification. This paper stems from the idea that the current global trend of promoting blue economy free from environmental pollution using renewable energy. So you can see the water body itself is the blue body. Yeah? So when you use it to produce some income, we'll be doing what we call the blue economy. I propose the use of the green energy or renewable energy, that is the photovoltaic cell that depends on sunlight. Huh? So what we'll see is that we'll use a solar PV system, put on a floater. The solar PV system will be able to collect light or to convert the light energy into electrical energy. It has to be put on a floater for it to float on the water body. So when this solar system converts the the light energy into electrical energy, then since we'll have a number of panels, the quarry bodies normally have a larger area. So if you have a number of panels, we'll also need 2. Use a combiner box. At least you combine all the energy generated by all the panels, take it through a converter to convert it from AC to DC, from DC to AC, and then after that, we can also do, after conversion, we can supply it off grid. We give it to the society for lighting system and other domestic uses, or put it on grid to sell it to the power generating companies like KPLC. Next slide. Now, what are the benefits of using floating solar? One, it will be able, the area covered by this floating solar system will be able to reduce the breeding grounds for mosquitoes. Next, we'll be able to have high gain of energy production. We will also improve the water quality, because at least the reduction in growth of algae, which normally contaminate water. We can also do the same thing, can be used to reduce or eliminate the shading of panels by the surrounding, because the water body, on the water body, we don't have a lot of trees. If you put it at the middle of the water body, there will be no trees to provide shade. So at least you are able to collect maximum sunlight from the sun itself. And then it is also cost effective. When you compare it to the ground-based PV system, where you have to clear the place, level it, as well as even cement it for you to mount the solar PV. In this case, the water body is already there. You only need the floaters, so the cost is reduced. And also you'll have it as an additional source of revenue to the water body owners. Next. So we have to know, at least we define a quarry, which I already said is the excavation of soil, sand, and stone from the ground. Floating solar PV is just a solar photovoltaic cell in which panel is designed or installed to float on the water body, like the reservoirs, dams, ponds, and so on. And rehabilitation is just returning the land to different and usually productive use. Okay, discussions are that from the integrated national land use guideline provided by NEMA, they have a number of ways of rehabilitating the flooded quarries, which include restoration for agriculture, for aquaculture, or you can use them as water reservoirs. You can use them as sanitary landfilling, the landfills, where you can put our waste. And this is never done. You'll find that they are always abandoned there. They get flooded, and a lot of risks are experienced. So we have a number of proposed ways of rehabilitation, which are never efficient, they are never effective, and most of the time it is never done. So I propose the use of floating solar PV to replace these ones which are listed there, because it will have a number of advantages, as I've said up there. Next slide, please. Next, again, I'll explain that. So it is not the first one. Using floating solar technology is not new in the world. It's been used in other countries like China, Japan, Italy, USA, and so on. They started with small scale production, that is for experimental purposes. They have now gone further to use it for commercial purpose. And the largest now is in China, which produces like 150 megawatt peak. So I propose that if you use this in Kenya, actually Kenya, we have one. We have one which was installed in Rift Valley Roses, where they are producing 69 kilowatt peak, but it is installed in a water reservoir. The difference between the one in Rift Valley and the one I'm proposing here is that the abandoned quarries are never secured at all, and they pose so many risks. At least the other one there is controlled, but the quarries are never controlled. So if you install this same thing in the quarries, we'll be able to save so many lives and reduce the environmental impacts.
You have 2 minutes.
So
2 minutes.
sorry, next, please. Again, methodology is just that we'll have to use the solar PV system. Scroll again. We'll use those components. The solar PV panel will have the floaters, we'll have the inverters, we'll have the mooring system, at least things to hold them in place so that they don't move from one place to another, and so on. So those are just the uses of those modules. PV module converts the power energy, the solar energy up, please. The PV module will be used to convert light energy to electrical energy. Next. We'll have the charge controllers and batteries. Charge controllers will be able to regulate the voltage and current that comes from the solar panels into the batteries. Batteries will be able to store electrical energy generated by solar. Next slide. We have the inverters that will be able to convert DC power to AC. Next. We'll have the the floating platform that will be able to support all the necessary components required to float. Next slide. Anchoring and mooring system will be able to hold the solar panels in place so that they don't move from place to place within the water body. And cabling, we use the cables to connect or to interconnect the components. And that is the layout. It's not very clear. That's the layout. And they have an assembly of solar PV system being done there on the surface. And that's how it is put on the water surface to collect the sunlight, convert it to electrical energy. So the findings I did during my research study is that currently there is no technological system that is used to rehabilitate flooded quarries in Kenya. Then the abandoned quarry mines are of no economic use. They're just there, they don't help the society. Again, the flooded quarry mines degrade the environment, and the landowners are always hesitant to rehabilitate the quarries after the use. Next. So that's a graphical representation of the global installed capacity. By 2007, there was none. By 2008, there was a production of 1 megawatt, and up to now, by the research done by 2018, they had reached around 1,050 megawatt peak production. Next, okay, another study carried by NEMA showed that in Kisumu County, where my study is supposed to be carried, there is no list of all quarries. There is no data to show the number of quarries that are there, though we know they exist, but there's no data at all. Okay, next. Challenges that faces, I think I've talked about that as well. And in conclusion, I would say that Kisumu being at the equator and it experiences maximum sunshine throughout the year, if you use the solar technology in the water bodies that exist within Kisumu County, you'll be able to generate electricity and optimize the use of solar, the use of that sunlight. Then again, we'll say that solar or the floating solar PV is the next pillar of the solar sector. We can use it to get a lot of economic income. And lastly, recommendation, I would recommend that a policy, or we can say the project development policy, be developed so that we can use the floating solar PV systems in Kenya. There's need to carry out audit on all quarry pits and establish the number that's there so that we can act on it. And lastly, there should be a clear policy to safeguard the utilization of quarry mine sites when it is not in use. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Betty. Thank you. We give her a round of applause. Okay, any questions for Betty from the audience? Questions, please raise up your hand. There is one at the back. Any other? Take note of the questions, Betty, then you can answer them after they have been asked.
Oh, I think it's a very good innovation, but there's some, I think you have not taken care of, or you need to advance on that area. You know, culturally, we have people who like taking things. In other language, you call them thieves. They like taking those things and maybe go sell because of the economical status. Yes, I was. Hello. Yes. And currently, what people are putting solar panel, they are putting them on the roofs of the house. You're telling people to go to the panels, or what is easier because of those variables?
Okay, what is easier, to put the panels on top of our houses or to have the floating ones? I believe that's what you are asking. Yes. Any other question? Another hand? Yes, at the back.
Fine, Betty, it's a good presentation. Mine is just a concern. If it's a query, yes, you have produced energy for you have converted that query into production of energy. But you told us that there is issue of flooding. Will you have stopped the flooding? Will you stopped maybe you told us again that it's a dangerous place for you walk anyhowly, people will die. So this thing is just floating on the water of the panel. Will you have stopped that? So, and that's critical because it's live. And if it's pollution again, will you have stopped pollution? Because, you know, a lot is coming from the environment to that area, then you'll see. So still, yeah, on the side of the other one that you're doing is good, but how do you really manage the two? Thank you.
Okay, let us allow her to answer those. Okay, I can see a hand there. Then that's the last one we'll take because we are running short of time and we don't want to delay the next session. So let's have that one as the last. Then Betty can answer the 3 questions.
Thank you, Betty, for the project. Okay, talking of a query is an abandoned area. How beneficial will it be to the community? Thank you.
Thank you. For the first question, whereby somebody asked about the benefits of using solar on water instead of rooftops. Huh? So if you use solar on your rooftop, that would be for an individual person. Huh? But for the quarries, if you have a quarry nearby where a number of panels are put and you have mass production of this energy, it can be used to supply a number of people or a number of homesteads within that given organization. So maybe you as an individual in the community, you can be able to afford to do that in your rooftop, but the rest, your neighbors are not able to have electricity. So if this is done in the nearby quarries, you generate mass energy and you would have helped the whole community. Yeah? And again, on the rooftops, during maintenance, you have to step on the roofs. Yeah? And that normally damages the roofs. You have to, at one time, you have to do some repairs on your roof. Huh? Concerns of flooding, I would say the first thing is we are supposed to secure the area. So once you know you have such a large project to carry out within that quarry area, for example, you want to place like 200 panels, each of 300 watts. Huh? What amount of energy you'll be able to produce? Like 200 by 300 is like 60 kilowatt peak. Huh? So if you have a large area of quarry and you put a number of panels there, you have to secure the place. That is the property which is worth securing. So at least there'll be some way of controlling the flood. You must do that. You must fence the area totally and put somebody to be in charge of security throughout the time that those panels are there. So whoever wants to drown in such quarries, maybe somebody wants to commit suicide. Huh? He has to climb over the fence. We built an electric fence because it is an electric generator. We can use the same energy to fence the area. So somebody who wants to drown in such a quarry will have to climb over the fence, risk his life. That is a suicide case. But what I know is that it will reduce the number of drowning cases, especially for children and mothers who normally go to fetch water in such places. I think that answers both questions for number 2 and 3.
Okay, I hope we are satisfied with our answers from Betty. And I would wish to close this session. Thank you. Thank you, Betty. Thank you so much. So this morning we have had 3 presentations. We had 3 virtual presenters, and we have had 3 physical presenters. I believe it has been a very good session. We've interacted, we've asked our questions, we've enjoyed the presentations. And so I'll request that we stop there for now so that we don't delay the next program. My name is Magdalene Mwachofi. I'm from the Eldoret National Polytechnic. I've been chairing this session, and I want to hand over the program to the MC. Thank you.
Thank you. Lady, for leading us in this session. Thank you, presenters. Crew, this one doesn't seem to be well. Our visitors, we appreciate your coming. Bwana Principal, karibu sana. We seem to be running behind time, and in the interest of time, we are breaking for only 10 minutes so that we come back. Our visitors, thank you for the correction, sir. Principal, continue with we seem to be running as it is behind time, and we have tea placed in our halls and the holding tent. Quietly, one can go and help himself, then come back. But we will continue. The next program will be the keynote speech, which is going to be given, but our council members are here. Council chair, I guess, is here, will be the one who will be ushering in the keynote speaker. Kindly, sir, with a lot of humility, I welcome you to welcome the keynote speaker, sir. Council. Oh, thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. You're welcome. You can use this mic, sir, so that you can welcome the keynote speaker in the interest of time. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, Master of Ceremony. Allow me to request all of us to stand. Let us all stand. We've been sitting. Just stretch yourself. This is permission from the chair. Stretch yourself and you can call the rains. Let them come because we are in a tent. Call the rains, let them come in. Call the rains, call the rains, call the rains. Both hands are up. I'm seeing you, Director Youth, nakuona, weka mkono juu. Yeah, call the rains, try twisting. Don't change your legs, position. Twist. Farthest you can go to the east, then go the other way. To the left, stretch, 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 stretch. Okay, try this. Let's see whether both legs can support you. You have two, but let us try use. Engineer, I can see you, I'm observing. I'm very careful, engineer, one leg. Yeah, try kicking the ball. Try. It's good exercise. Try the other leg. Try the other leg. Try the other leg. Try the other leg. I know you are in a mask, but at least smile to somebody. Smile to somebody. Yeah. Okay, this way. This way, this way, this way. Allow me members to, yeah, we are going to stand until when let us just stand and relax. Allow me to introduce the council at Kisii National Polytechnic, some of the members who are available. Let me introduce some of the members of the council who are not with us yesterday. Bwana Kimani, come. Sema jambo kwa mkutano. Yeah. Kimani is a council member at Kisii National Polytechnic in charge of audit. Sema jambo. Sema jambo.
Habari zenu. Nafurahia kuwa hapa na kuona mambo yanaendelea vizuri. Asanteni.
Asante. I'm only introducing a few. We are not with Madam Asati. Let me call in Bwana Aurora. Aurora, kuja salamia. Hii mkutano ni yako. This is a meeting of the academics, so it's good you say.
Habari zenyu. Mbona muitiki? Ama mmezoea kizungu? Kizungu ni ya wazungu. Good morning. I'm happy to be here. I'm Aurora and I'm the chair education committee and we are progressing well. Thank you.
Finally, let me introduce engineer. I only want to introduce 3 for now. Engineer karibu. Engineer karibu. Sema jambo kwa mkutano. And I request our visitors, please. Chairman, karibu. Karibu, kuna kiti hapa. Yes, engineer.
Okay, thank you, Chairman. Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
I think we are there. We started the other day. The main activities yesterday. So welcome, everybody. Let us participate. Thanks.
We have representatives from the ministry. Now I'll not call them to the front. If you have come from the Ministry of Education and you are with us today, please put your hand up. We have our directors. Yes, you can see our director there, but Bulemi. Asante. Principals from other institutions, council members, sorry, from other institutions. Do we have council members from other institutions? Council members from other institutions? All right. Our brothers and sisters from the county government of Kisii. Yes, I can see a hand down there. County government of Kisii. Our brothers from the municipality. We have the chairman here. Thank you so much. We are enjoying the ambience of the municipality. Members, now you may take your seats. You may take your seats. Allow me now to introduce our keynote speaker, who is coming to present before all of us. Her name is Professor Lynette Gohole. Professor Lynette Gohole. She's an associate professor in agricultural entomology from WU. I know is Wageningen University in the Netherlands, but WU, ya tatuambia ni wapi. She has great interest in research. She's currently the director, University of Eldoret Town Campus. She is a regional representative of McKnight Foundation, which is which deals with crop protection and something research in Eastern and Southern Africa. And she oversees projects within Kenya, Uganda, Malawi, and Tanzania. She's passionate about entrepreneurship in agriculture. By the way, let me just establish, do we have our agriculture people? Kisii National Polytechnic Agriculture Team, muko? Mkono vizuri. I recognize your presence because mutaongea mambo mingi kuhusu ukulima. She advocates for agroecology in research development, where climate change is a reality. And agroeconomy is one way of helping to mitigate. Members present, kindly join me in inviting our keynote speaker to come and speak to us. Makofi. Karibu sana, Prof.
Good morning, everyone. So I was requested to make a presentation related to climate change. And let me confess that my examples will mainly be agricultural based, but I'll try to be as accommodating of other sectors as possible. So as the chair has just introduced me, I'm Lynette Gohole from the University of Eldoret, and I'll just say a little about myself. Next slide, please. So I'm the director of the town campus, and the reason I want to say this is because I know there are many students here who, after finishing their diplomas here or even their certificates, may want to advance. And this is a place where you can advance. And we recognize what we call the CATS policy, the Credit Accumulation and Transfer System, where once you've done your diploma and you've received your certificate, you can even go to second year, third year, depending on which diploma you got. So we are encouraging that. And we have 3 intakes in January, May, and August. So please feel free to come and visit us. And we are accredited by Q and also by TVETA. I need to see the presentation, yeah. And we have various examining bodies, of course, UOE being one of them, and then CASNEB and NEC, and we are engaging many more. So we are encouraging you to come and study with us. That is sort of our tagline, come study with us. And if you want to get in touch with us or want to know more about us, you can visit the UOE website, or you can get in email contact through the email that I've supplied there, tcdirector@uald.ac.ke. So what I'm going to talk about today, I'll just give an overview of how climate change is in Kenya, and then look at some of the effects and consequences. There's a lot of information. So I'm just going to touch maybe the tip of the iceberg about this so that we are aware. For those who are not aware, that we are more aware. And when we are doing some of the things we do, at least we know what's happening here and how we can contribute towards mitigating those efforts. Then we look at some of the efforts that have been put in place to counter climate change in Kenya. And then my topic is about safeguarding the environment for future generations. So we look at some examples and give a few recommendations of how we are going to manage this. So we know that Kenya, most of it is arsal. And when we have climate change effects, they really affect those the arid and semi-arid lands. So it's a reality in Kenya because most of our land falls in those areas. And we have to do something about it if we are going to safeguard the future for our future generations. And we know that most of the economic activities that we engage in, majority of the people engage in activities that rely on resources that are prone to be affected by climate change effects. So things like agriculture, even our water, tourism, and all that, these situations become very precarious when we look at them in the light of climate change. And majority of what we are experiencing because of climate change is because of these greenhouse gases that are produced by very many sources, industrialization being one of them. So as we are setting up our industries and all that and thinking of climate change, we should be thinking of how can we put in technology that will reduce emission of these gases so as to reduce the effects of climate change. So hopefully later on, we'll be looking at some of the examples and see how we can do it. Then we know that the effects of climate change can hinder or even roll back the efforts and the gains we've already made as far as development is concerned. So if you have your agriculture, you're relying on rain, and then there's this issue of climate change coming in, you have the floods or you have long drought periods, then of course your economic activities are affected. So if it's affecting very many people, then many livelihoods are affected. So it's a reality that we have to do something about it. Now, the Kenya government has developed quite a number of documents which try to address this issue of climate change and how Kenya is vulnerable and how we can become resilient and also adapt to the changing situations. So some of these efforts will contribute towards the sustainable development goals that were set by the UN. So as you're doing it, just know that if you're very conscious of it, know that you're also contributing towards achieving the SDGs. Next, please. Now, I just put some pictures there to show effects of climate change. You can see the first picture there is a cracked land because of prolonged droughts. Before we didn't have them, and they are now becoming more frequent and very long and having an effect on development and also on livelihoods. The other scenario is that we have the rain patterns have changed. So we have a lot of rains and then it ends up flooding, especially in the lowland areas. So you can see that's a house, that's a picture I picked from one of the Kenyan situations where the houses were flooded and submerged in water. So when that happens, people are displaced, livestock is displaced, you lose, if you have a crop in the field, or if you have any development activity, because of flooding, you lose it. So those are some of the effects. The other picture, the one on the left bottom corner, it shows a crop, a maize crop that had been planted, and it's quite a big piece of land, but you can see how the maize is looking like because of erratic weather patterns where the rains do not come when it's expected. So you end up with people losing their yields. Then there's also, it ends up into food insecurity. Now, one of the other things is people normally cut or destroy the vegetation. So the other picture shows degraded land. The soil has been washed away because of the heavy rains. The soils are not well secured, so they are washed away. You can see this lady who is wondering what to do next because of she has arranged all her livestock, her goats that have died because of drought. They have no food to eat. That's an effect. Then in Kenya, it's not very common, but if we don't do anything, it's going to be common to have these wildfires coming in because of this climate change, because now the land becomes very dry and then you just have to have somebody being careless enough or even floods. Lightning, starting fires of that kind. Another development, and this is my area, as you are told, I'm an entomologist. Another area we are now noticing is that pests are becoming a problem. So you're talking of insect pests and even diseases becoming a problem on our crops and also on human lives, just because of these changes. Now, locusts, I bet there are some people here who have lived very long and they've not experienced locusts, but now we are starting to experience them more often and they stay around for long. And all this is because of these issues of climate change. The environment is becoming conducive for them to reproduce and cause devastation. So recently, many of you saw what happened with the locusts. The other culprit here is the armyworm, the fall armyworm. It was never a problem in Kenya. It's a very recent thing from 2017, and now it is causing havoc everywhere. You can see that piece of land of the maize where it has been devastated. They look like they were just tearing. So that's another effect of this climate change, because the weather patterns are changing and even temperatures are becoming warmer. So some of the pests or insects that were confined to cooler areas and their populations are managed are now going into the warmer areas because of these changes in the environment. Next, please. So looking at all those effects, there are these consequences. So they fall into social, economic, environmental, mainly. And as I said before, drought can lead to those low yields. There's hunger, malnutrition, food insecurity, and even conflicts. You know, when there's drought, there are areas where people fight for water resources because of their animals and also for themselves. So there are literal fights and wars because of scarcity or conflicts because of resources. And that's just because of the drought. And then we have floods also, and also the rise in sea levels because of climate change. It's predicted that if nothing is really done, Mombasa will soon be submerged. So it's a real danger. And of course, there's loss of life. Fish is affected because when the water starts becoming warmer, then there are some fish that cannot survive in warm water. So there's loss of biodiversity also in the aquatic environments. And yeah, there's increase in temperature because of now that effect of the greenhouse gases. And as a result also, as I said before, there's fires, pests, and pest problems coming in both for crops and also for human and also animals. I've talked about environmental degradation, water scarcity. And when I talk of poor management, women now have to work, especially in the rural areas, they have to walk very far to look for water. So they waste time going to look for water, yet if there was water nearby, then they can engage themselves in other economic activities that are more useful. So you can see some of the consequences. There's ocean acidification because now there's a lot of absorption of carbon dioxide by the waters, and it ends up in loss of biodiversity, aquatic biodiversity, because of the rising, the change in pH of the water. Then deforestation, because forests act as a carbon sink. So all these gases, especially carbon dioxide that's released, is usually absorbed by forests. So when you don't have that, then it becomes a problem. Now, what are the efforts we can put in place? Now, there are many legal frameworks that have been put, or legal documents that have been put in place by Kenya, and also the international ones, things like the Kyoto Protocol, the Paris Agreement, and many others that have come out, especially stemming from the Kyoto Protocols. But Kenya, we have a few of them. I've just mentioned a few. There are many others. And there was an act that was put in place to sort of guide how we are going to manage climate change in Kenya. And the one that is now the most recent is the National Climate Change Action Plan, which guides how governments, the central government and also the county governments can infuse some of these actions to mitigate the climate change effects. So those are the other documents: the National Climate Change Response Strategy and the National Adaptation Plan. There's also one for agriculture, smart agriculture, and several others. There's even one for funding of activities, but I've not mentioned them, but just be aware they're there, and you can get them. They're available on the net. Now, all these papers normally emphasize on mitigation efforts, which help to reduce the climate change related vulnerabilities and also to build the capacity so as to adapt. Because sometimes an effect is so far gone that you can't really change it. So you learn how to adapt to it. Then the measures should ensure that the sustainability, whatever that you're putting in place, should be sustainable, such that whatever development that you're engaging in should be sustainable, and also looking at how to mitigate climate change. Now, the structures that can be put in place to influence will be political. We have to have political will. And that's why the county governments, many of them have mainstreamed issues of climate change in whatever activities they have. That way, then we can ensure that climate change issues are addressed even at the grassroots, not just at the national level. The legal frameworks are in place. The social aspects are also considered, where you involve as many people as possible, not just a few people coming in and telling others what they have to do. Now, how can we mitigate this? Now, one thing that we have to do, I'm going to request you, instead of doing homework, you do some listening work. Try to think of whatever situation you're in, looking at those efforts, what role can you play in whatever you do so as to help to meet some of those mitigation efforts. So one of them is to increase forest cover. There's always planting of trees, but at specified times and all that. And I'm asking you, when was the last time you planted some trees? Because if you do that, you're contributing towards mitigating the effects of climate change. And the reason we want to do that is because Kenya committed itself to have 10% of its land covered with forests. And if they do that, and at least that will help in many ways, they'll create a carbon sink. I've never been able to pronounce that word, sequestration, and so that it can capture all the carbon and reduce the release of these gases into the air, which now bring about the effects of climate change. And as you also increase the forest cover, you also help to protect the water towers, because now the soil is secured and the water just percolates slowly and gets into the soil. Otherwise, if you cut the trees, then the water just runs away and runs off with the soil. So we have a lot of soil erosion. It can also manage the flooding because now the water is controlled. And as such, it also helps improvement of livelihoods. So your homework, your listening work is to try and find out exactly how those can be met. Then there's the issue of the RED. Some of you know about it, where if you have a big piece of land, you get into contract with the government and you're paid for planting trees to help in the carbon sink. Another one is to have affordable renewable energy. And I'm saying affordable because if you come with something where the common mwananchi cannot afford, then they'll continue cutting the trees. So I know people are developing technologies, many technologies which can be used by different types of people. They are targeting different categories of people. And when you're doing research, you have to think about that. Research that thinks about the various categories of people, not just aiming at one category. So the technologies should be developed which aim at serving as many people as possible within the society, such that by doing that, they'll now contribute towards mitigating these effects of climate change. So looking at wind, hydro, solar, even geothermal, biogas, use of briquettes, briquettes that are made from waste products from industries, all that can help in mitigating. Then the issue of waste management, we know there's a lot of methane gas that's released, especially in dumping sites. So if we can avoid dumping too much, so that we use most of the waste, especially the solid waste material, and recycle it. The plastics, I know technologies are now going on how to use plastic, maybe in building. I believe, I've not had a chance to go around to see. I believe there are some people who have come up with innovations where you can use plastic in building and other ways. Or you can even recycle some of the biodegradables instead of throwing it in the dump. Like we can see the third picture. Those are insects being reared and they're using waste material. Then they use those insects for animal feed. So people are making money out of waste. So those are some of the innovations that we should be thinking about, even come up with even better ones and more. And this is a challenge to the young ones especially, that don't sit back and think that jobs will come to you. Start thinking on your feet, looking at the situations, look for the opportunities which you can exploit. I know quite a number of people who have gone into insect rearing using waste. So they are using multiple ways of managing climate change. Then in agriculture, we have the climate smart agriculture where you have irrigation, you have tolerant varieties being produced. And conservation agriculture is also being advocated for, water harvesting, storage, all those. And reseeding of rangeland so that you don't have livestock and also wildlife dying because of these climate change effects. Next. Yeah, flood management issues and also conserving wildlife areas are also some of the mitigations. So I just talked about a few, but there are quite a number, and you can tease out more information out of the points that I've given over there. Next. Now I'm going to give you an example of a project that I'm involved in, which is trying to help. And when you look at it from another angle, they also address issues of climate change. And we call it the Drylands FRN. FRN stands for Farmer Research Network. Now this is funded by the McKnight Foundation that I work with. And it's one of the lead researchers are from my University of Eldoret. And they have partners that they work with. And of course, they work with the communities. And they've been doing this since 2015. Now, this model of a farmer research network, the community is at the center of everything. So they had to start building the social capital for them to understand this. Because most communities, when you go with a project, they think you'll come and do everything for them. But here, you want the community to be greatly involved, engaged, such that it is sustainable. Because if you go away and they're not able to sustain, then it's effortless. So they'll be happy that you're there, and once you go, they'll say, here you require University of Eldoret. But they are so engaged until it becomes part of their DNA to do this work because they know it's for them. It's not for the researchers. So that's what the model is. And the farmer is involved in all decision making because it is them who are going to benefit from this. It is their land that they are rehabilitating. So the challenge that there are quite a number of challenges that we faced when we started off, and one of them was the gender-based culture norms. Because in Pokot, the women don't mix with the men. When the men are talking, the women have to keep silent. In fact, when we started, the women used to sit very far, and the men were the ones who were really handling it. But as we went along and they noticed that we have to work together. Now we have reached a point whereby the women come and even express themselves, and the men don't mind. That is just for the village, but the others are also watching and learning from them. So the entry point actually was soil health, because their land was degraded. Their land was, because of the degradation, it was infertile, so they were not getting enough food from their land. Their livestock was not getting enough fodder. So that's how they got in. And they wanted to start with soil and water conservation. So they engaged in terracing, sand dams, manuring the soil and all that. That was their entry point. But from that entry point, it included many other areas. Next, please. So what happened is that they had to build a social capital. The people had to be part and parcel and understand why it was. So they took a whole 18 months just building that social capital for the community to understand what the project is all about, for the community to understand their role. And it was emphasized that it is them to really run the show. The researchers and the other partners were just there to facilitate them. And at first they were a bit reluctant. They were used to being told how things should be done. But now they're in the driver's seat. At first they were reluctant, but with time they realized, indeed, if we made the decision, it would be for our good. And with time, they have now started changing. And even now demanding, we have this issue, can something be done about it? Can you tell us what we can do about it? So they are given a few ideas and they take it and run off with it. I'm really excited about this project, how it is running. And then after they used the merry-go-round, and this was their own decision. Because to do the terracing, the sand dam, you can't leave it to one person. So they decided to work as a community. They'll go terrace one land and go to another one and go to another one as a group. And if you default, then the community takes action against you, not the researchers. So they police themselves. They made laws, because for those who come from that side, the best sand you can use is from Pokot. In fact, they say Kanyarkwat sand is the best. Now, this village decided that because the harvesting of sand is one that's contributing to all these land degradation, they passed a bylaw, no harvesting of sand. And they were the ones policing it. And there are benefits out of what they decided. So other things they did was to diversify their crop and livestock fodder in an aim of improving the soil. But as they're improving the soil, they're also getting other benefits out of it. So they are holding their soil for their future generations. Then they also decided that we have to increase the forest cover, the tree cover within our system, because they'd cut most of it for firewood. So they say we cannot cut and not replace. So they started tree nurseries and they are going to plant. It is now going on. They're going to plant and they want trees that are multi-purpose for fruits, for medicine, for shade, and even for firewood. Those that grow very fast. And they are the ones who choose what has to be done. And being an entomologist, I'm working with them to try and see whether we can introduce beekeeping also using those trees. Then of course, they also want to have economic activities. They're planning to have that so that the fodder can be sold, the tree nurseries can be set up so that people come to buy the trees, and then have honey, fruits, even small livestock out of this. So it's a decision now they're making. They've been empowered to know that they can do so much on their own. They don't have to wait for people. Next, just about to finish, Mr. Chairman. Now, some of the results we are seeing is after building the sand dams and declaring, passing bylaws that no sand is harvested, or if it is harvested, it is controlled. They have to get permission, whoever wants to harvest any sand. Not for commercial purposes, maybe just building a nearby school or a home. They agree that yes, we can allow you. And that has helped in raising the water table. because by January, they usually know water. They have to walk very far to water their animals and also to get water for domestic use. So because of now preventing sand harvesting and also damming the riverbeds so that the sand accumulates, now the water table has risen. They have water throughout. In fact, now they got another partner to come and sink a borehole using solar power. They now have water, piped water that they are using all through their efforts. And this is just from 2015. And they're actually seeing the benefits of it. And I are really appreciating it. And that makes them even want to work more for the community. The terracing has helped to hold the soil so they can even plant more crops. They never used to plant bananas. Now they are planting bananas. Some are even planting yams, arrowroot, sorry. So they are trying out many other crops that they've just seen out there. But they themselves decided, now that my land is a bit stable, let me try this, let me try that. Something that will give them food throughout the year. They've diversified their crops by adapting to, adopting various varieties. Those that mainly mature very fast. And this, I had an interview with the women. They are saying there are some beans that have been introduced to them, brought in by the researchers, and they tried them out, different varieties. They like the ones that mature very fast. And when they cooked them, they cooked very fast. They had to use very little fuel, and they taste good. So they are making all these experiments and choosing for themselves. And as they do that, they're improving their soil also. And the fodder, now the livestock has fodder, especially during the drought season. They're being taught how to bulk it and keep it for later use. And the youth are really taking a keen look, because to the Pokot, livestock is life. So the youth are looking at, we can make money over here. So they are requesting lands, people who have land and are not using it to plant grasses, the bomber roads and all that. And then they bulk and sell to the other people during the dry season. Even people from far come to buy their fodder. They've even started their own experimental units, having got those skills of how to conduct research. They are doing their own research. They go visit somebody somewhere, they get some seed and come and plant. And even they are very keen on how people are cutting the trees. So if you cut a tree, you have to plant another one. So they are policing themselves. And the women and the youth now feel empowered. Before they were never talking much, but now they feel empowered. And the men have accommodated that. They see it is for their own good. In fact, now there was one man who confessed and said, sasa mama hanisumbui siku hizi, ana shamba yake anakuza vitu. And it's quite encouraging to hear that. And it has attracted more development partners. There are people who have come in with goats that the women are keeping. And many others are also inquiring, how can we work with you? Because they're seeing the system really works for the community, what was missing before. And the neighbors are also want to join them. But now we are telling them, because the project is small, the funds cannot allow us to go. The funds they received were very little, but it's the efforts of the farmers. So the other farmers from the other villages that were not in the project want to join in the project. But now we said, you're being taught so that you can teach others. And they've taken the challenge and are actually going to other villages where they've been requested to come and to go and help them do the terracing. Where it's a bit complicated, they call in the researchers. But they themselves are spreading the information. And even the county government noticed this, and they're using them as a benchmark at the moment. So it's very interesting, and their land actually is changing. Before you'd have gullies falling, and your neighbor today, tomorrow is no longer a neighbor because there's a deep gully that has formed between you and the neighbor. So you have to go really round. So it was really affecting the social structure. But now when they decided to do this, they are happy that they now can interact very well. I think I'm going to the last. How then can we safeguard the environment? Having the West Pokot example in mind. Now, it's noticed that for sustainable development, as far as climate change is concerned, it's a collective affair. You cannot do it as an individual. You won't succeed because climate change affects a larger area than just an individual. So it has to be collective. And various stakeholders have to come in, the government, the private private sector, the communities themselves. So we all have to get together. It cannot be, and it's multi-sectoral. You've seen from the agriculture point how other sectors are also benefiting. Then, of course, encourage community participation so that they can own the process. And that will become sustainable. But if you come in and do it for them and then go away, that will be the end of it. A few may take it up, but as I said, it's collective and involves the community. Then the strategies should have a wider outlook, should have a landscape outlook. And I've said that it should embrace option by context, where you give options for different contexts. There are some people who have the money, there are some who don't. So give them options where they can use and do something, even if they don't have money or if they have little money. They are available. So look for that. As you're talking to them, give them those options according to their context. And then, of course, infuse some entrepreneurial and income generation activities, because once somebody knows that I can make money out of this, they'll be very keen about it. If you introduce the beekeeping and you tell them for your bees to bring you honey, then you need to put a lot of trees in the system. They'll plant those trees so long as they have a market for their honey. And then, of course, involve all the political, social, economic, and all that, which supports that sustainability. And of course, the other thing is build capacity and build capacity and build capacity. Because if there is no capacity building, then people will never understand what's going on. I think that's all I can say for now, as far as climate change and safeguarding our environment for future generations, using the examples I've given. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
We've been taken through tips towards. I will allow 1, 2, 3, 4 questions or comments. 1, 2, 3. Number 1 is there. Please let her get a microphone. Number 2. I'm allowing 2, 3, 4. Number 1 is there. Number 2. Number 2 is there, Chairman. Number 3. I'm taking my comments first. The people are going to comment. Number 1, you start with my sister there. Then number 2 is my chairman. Number 3. Number 3. I don't know whether your hand is up or you are Najikuna. Okay, let's hear those two first.
Good morning, participants. I will first start by congratulating Professor Linet Gohole for the very elaborate presentation from the University of Eldoret. And also thank you very much for hosting us during the virtual conference that was held in March 2021. You have addressed similar concerns on wetlands. My final remark is a question. Talking about the wetlands, when you look at the major wetlands in Kenya, we have the Mau, the Aberdare, the Mount Kenya, and the rest. But in the counties, we have got many, many other wetlands that haven't been mapped. So my concern is how can we rope in the University of Eldoret and other universities, as well as NEMA and other relevant key stakeholders in environmental sustainability to ensure that the communities conserve these wetlands. Thank you.
Thank you for your question. Let's have chairman, then both of them will be responded to.
Thank you very much. Madam, I think I learned something today from your presentation and I did not pay for it. So thank you very much. I have a comment, maybe a question. You know, when we talk about climate change, we know that this is being driven by the so-called Western world or the developed countries, because they're taking the first step towards it. But then if you look at it historically, this country is developed at the cost of what we are paying now for the climate change. The damage to the climate has been done by those industrialized countries. And if we want to export our agricultural products, let's say to the EU or to the US, there are very strict controls. We have to adhere to EU conditions, and a lot of them allude to compliance to climate change requirements, making it very difficult for the less developed countries to actually comply, or for the small scale farmers to be able to supply and to export their products. So what is your take on that?
Thank you. Last, okay, there's a comment from that side or a question. Let me have the last one so that we know who is coming next after him. The question is, don't you think it is the developed who are trying to fix us, not to develop the way they did without taking care of the climate change? Karibu-san.
Thank you. I also want to join the other persons who have congratulated Paul for the nice presentation that she has made to us. Just a concern that some time ago, there were efforts from the county governments of Nyamira and Kisii requesting all residents not to plant this eucalyptus and other trees next to the rivers. But where I come from, I'm a resident of Nyamira County. My plot, if I don't plant some trees on some of the corners of where the river passes, then gradually it will erode that section and take both the soil and my land away. So where do we stand? You have told us to increase forest cover. Where does these two policies meet? I think they are in conflict. You can assist us and assist the counties as well.
Thank you for that. You may respond, presenter. I will only allow one question after your response.
So there are three questions that I want to respond to. Yeah, the first one was about how can we get universities and stakeholders to rope in communities in conserving wetlands and water towers, I believe. And looking at the example that I just had from West Pokot, if you want the communities to be involved, they have to see the value of it. Don't talk very general. Be as simple as you can and show how they themselves are affected if they don't do that. And that way, once they buy into the idea and you tell them how you can go about ensuring that conservation is done, then that way you're able to do it. So that's why I said with this group, we started off with the social capital. We didn't just go in with the technologies and tell them you do this. That's the wrong way to do it. And that's why when you leave, it's not sustainable. But once they realize the value to them, then they are more sold out. That's why they have to own the process. And that's what I would encourage the universities or any other person who wants to work with communities in issues to do with conservation or whatever research that you want to do that involves the community. Let them be sold out to the idea and let them feel that they're important in the decision you're making. However small the person is, however uneducated, go down to their level, explain to them. And we are human beings. When somebody comes to convince you and you see it is for your benefit, even for future generations, you're ready to do it. Of course, there'll be a few elements here and there that may be skeptical, but majority, once they're convinced, they'll be with you. Now, the issue of the industrialized countries, I agree with you. They are the ones who produce the most greenhouse gases, and they are the ones who are causing the temperatures to rise and have all these climate change effects. And unfortunately, because we've not really embraced the idea of us really focusing on making our things work, our systems work, we depend a lot on them. That's why they can manipulate us. But if we came up and sit on the same table and also put our issues ahead and tell them that if you want this to happen, then we need to have this and this and this, then I believe they'll have to change, because actually they're the ones, and some of them don't even ascribe to some of these agreements that are signed as far as climate change is concerned. You saw how the former president of the US said he doesn't want to be part of those. Yet the US is one of the greatest producers of greenhouse gases that contribute. Now, the unfortunate thing about trade is that if you want to sell something to me and I want it in my standards, then you have to follow that. But I believe in the power of negotiation, whereby you'll show how by putting in some of these very strict conditions, it's going to affect others. But there are some traders who feel like, I want to make my profits regardless of what happens. But whatever they measure that they give for you, you also should use that to negotiate, such that you're more or less on the same table. That's my take on how can we help or how can we manage some of these stringent restrictions that are put on us to get our products into those markets. And even when we are trading with them, we should also have our standards, such that when they are bringing in their products, we also have our standards and say, if it doesn't reach this standard, then we cannot take it. But we are too complacent. We just bring in anything. If we made our laws, rules and regulations very strict, then they'll also comply on our side. But we are too lenient on them. And I'm believing that a time will reach whereby we'll also be at a position where we can tell them that we also want these standards to be met for you to bring in anything, as you're also meeting your standards to send our produce to your areas. So that would be my take on that. And finally, about the eucalyptus, there's been a debate about this issue of eucalyptus, and they say it sucks out water. Now, what I would tell you is that you don't have to plant eucalyptus. There are other tree species that are more friendly in wetland areas and all that. Why don't you go for those? And the forestry people know them. Go to them, they'll advise you. Because by planting eucalyptus, you're looking at the economic part of it. They grow very fast, you sell very fast. But now, I've challenged you that what role can you play so that you can also secure the future of the future generations, the environment for future generations. So if you know there's another tree, it may be a bit slow in growing, but is friendly to the environment. It does not dry up rivers. Why not go for those ones? Because by drying up those rivers with your eucalyptus, then you'll also be affected, the future generations will be affected. So let us not be narrow-minded and just think of the today, how I'll make money today, and not think of how will money be made tomorrow for your children and for your grandchildren and the other generations. So there are other tree species that you can plant. I hope I've adequately answered your questions.
Yes, you've made a great effort. Last question. Yes, we shall have the last question there. And while she's receiving the microphone, I believe we all know that every great city has a river flowing across the city. Think of that city, a beautiful city with a river, with very clean waters flowing. Examples of such cities? Anybody who knows a city where there is a river? Nairobi, one of them. Oh, Nairobi, that is one. Another city? Which one? I mean, just shout. Yes. London City, there's a river flowing. There's a river flowing. Another city? Yes. Singapore. Singapore City has a river flowing. Another city? Melbourne, the Yarra River. The Yarra River flows through the city. You cross over, you're in the city. You cross over, you're in the city. Another city? Yes. Amsterdam has a river flowing through. A river flowing through. Another city?
I know Minneapolis.
India. Yes. That city in India, I can't hear it, but there is a river flowing. Which other one? The last one now. Rome. Rome City, there is a river. Oh, mine is going to be the Kisii City. There is a river. Hello, come on. Kwani? Yes, there is a river in Kisii.
Even Eldoret.
That we must take care of. Eldoret, there is a river that we must take care of. There is a river in every great city. And Kisii, where we are, is one of the places. Yesterday, I was discussing with one of the researchers, and he told me the river is very clean. Ups, huko pande ya juu is very clean, but somewhere around here, we pollute it. Sijasema we pollute our river. What can we do so that by the end, we get a clean river flowing through our city? That we must think about. And don't go global, start local. Wachana na London, this is our London. Sindio? There's a bridge here, and we need spaces where people can sit and relax in the city. The People's Park. The People's Park in Kisii City must be a clean place where you can walk in, relax, and feel good as you enjoy the tranquility of Kisii. Nani wa Kisii? Watu wa Kisii wenye. Hiyo river mnaijua? What shall we do about it? Thank you, Bwana Aurora. What shall we do about our river so that it flows and gives us life, other than we can't stand the city because the river is dirty? Let's clean our city. Respond to the last question. Umepata mic? Okay.
Yes. Okay, my question is, are there specific type of trees that we can plant to mitigate the climate change in terms of height? Because currently we see there are a number of trees that people plant in their places and they don't go beyond a certain height. They're very short.
In order to mitigate climate change using trees, the issue is, can you plant trees that can absorb the carbon dioxide? I wish there was a forester here to help me that, because I'm not really a forester, but there are different species. And as I said, give options and contexts. You cannot just say you are going to plant these species only. Let them have their options. The fact is that you want there to be a good forest cover that can help in absorbing all this extra carbon. And people plant trees for different reasons. Like in Pokot, there are those who want to plant because of medicine. They are connecting it to something that will motivate them to plant. So if you're going to tell them plant eucalyptus and they have no use for it, then you'll be sort of wasting their time. So I would say, instead of advocating for just one species, let people plant, of course, with advice from the experts, depending on where you are and whatever use they have for. There are those that can fit into the need they have and in the area they are. So let there be options, let be there, and also the biodiversity. So if you plant just eucalyptus or cypress, then you lose that biodiversity as far as the tree cover is concerned. That's what I would feel. You say, I told you I'm an advocate for agroecology. So in agroecology, diversity, diversity, diversity. So don't tell me plant eucalyptus and that's the end of it.
Okay, members, I think the debate will continue. It will continue even over tea. I can see there is one comment that we need to receive. And after the comment, we shall have Bwana MC here to give us an appreciation and thereafter take it up. Karibu sana. So I will not come back. Comment.
Thank you very much, Madam, for the excellent presentation. Just to make a note on the role of trees in carbon dioxide absorption.
You're a forester?
I'm a chemist and I understand what that is. My first degree in chemistry. So it's actually involved in the photosynthesis of the plant. So the CO2 is being absorbed during that process, or there is a cleanup that is done during that process. So the cleanup that we are talking about, how the trees are cleaning up the environment, that's exactly the simple process that there is. So all the trees that are green, have that process of photosynthesis, of making the food from the sunlight involved, of course, carbon dioxide being absorbed. And that is the simplest manner or way we could explain how trees clean up the environment. And the more the trees we have, then the more the carbon dioxide they absorb. That is an environmental chemistry perspective that we apply in the simplest terms. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And thank you for listening to me.
Professor, kindly
remain upstanding. This is how we do it. Professor has really presented so nicely. For her presentation, one clap. For finding time for us this morning, one clap. For telling us it's about us, not them, one clap. As you may not, standing Professor Lynette Gohore, you remind me of my principal in the 80s, Mr. Timona Gohore. Don't know whether you are related, but that brings me home with you. We have a small memorabilia, something to tell you that you are here. And I want to invite Madam Stella and Mr. Kimani. Come and present this small gift to Professor, kindly. Madam. This is to tell you that you came to KNP and we wish to have you again. Thanks a lot. And in this spirit, in the next 1 minute or so, we want also to give Dr. Osawo, are you around, Dr. Ari? Something to tell you that you came, you saw, and you participated. I want to invite the chair of the Governing Council to give to Dr. Osawo. Makofi tafadhali. Asante sana. Another person is Mr. Blemi. Where are you? I want to invite Dr. Nyakwara to gift Mr. Blemi for representing our director very well. The next session will be chaired by Dr. Kevin Desai. Kindly take the chair on the right. And Mr. Sorry. No, let's appreciate them, really. A clap for them. Thank you. Tell the director you came and you saw. The next session is the moderator is Mr. Matonda Samuel. Kindly come over to the podium here. Dr. Kevin Desai is the chair of the session, of the panel. We also would like to have Eunice Ogolo, Edna Kangwana, wherever you are, Dr. Wilfred Marube, and Jamil Shamji. Ile Mike. Kindly take your seats outside. Okay, I'm informed that Dr. Desai will be joining online and Eunice Ogolo. So the moderator is Samuel Matonda, and the discussion is about breaking barriers to free trade and regional integration for increased sustainable development. Let's have mics for them, please. I'm informed Marube sent a rep, wherever you are, please. This is the session. Yes. The representative for Dr. Marube, where are you? Mr. Nyachuaya. Karibu. More mics, kindly. The technical team kindly ensure that Eunice and Dr. Desai are attending the budget. Correct, Zama?
Thank you, MC. We are on very well with this conference, international conference, very informative. And we want to actualize the discussions we've been having and ensuring that the skills that are acquired from the Kisii National Polytechnic are utilized not only in Kenya, but in Africa and the globe. So the discussion that we're going to have today is on how we are able to penetrate the African market, given that now we have the African Free Continental Trade Area. And the experts that are going to have a discussion with us today include two who are connecting with us virtually, a representative of Dr. Desai, the PS for ESC, Madam Tabitha. I hope she's connected. Then we'll also have another representative from the British High Commission, who is also connecting virtually. Once the team confirms that they are in, we'll really appreciate if we confirm that the two are already connected in this discussion. Before I introduce the discussants and the panelists, I want to say that the African Free Continental Area is something that was well thought of by the leaders in Africa. And the discussions and negotiations have been ongoing for quite some time. And fortunately, now we are able to implement after the ratification that was done. But then what skills are required in these markets? How do we go from Kenya to Uganda, Tanzania, to Libya, to Egypt, to South Africa, to West Africa and Gabon? And how do we trade amongst ourselves as a continent? What is the need for us? What skills are required? Are there employment opportunities that are created? But then before we go there, do we have to look at how do we trade locally in the county, Kisii County in particular? How do we move out and trade within the country? That's inter-county and intra-county trade. How do we trade within the East African community? Then how do we want to take advantage and move on to the African continents? And allow me to introduce the speakers that are with us today. On my far right, we have Mr. Peterson Nyachwaya. Mr. Peterson Nyachwaya is a long-serving public servant in matters trade. He's an economist, and he has been involved in the negotiations that we are talking about. He has been involved in other negotiations with COMESA, the ESC, and also with the negotiations on the EU, marketing in the EU. He has been involved in the negotiations with the Kenya doing trade with America. But today we'll focus more on the FCFTA, and I know he'll be able to give us insightful thoughts on how we take advantage of that opportunity that is before us. Next to him is it's a CEC in charge of administration in the Kisii County government, Madam Edina, who is a specialist in strategic management. She's a banker by profession. And she has done a lot in this county because I know she has held several portfolios, including trade. And today she'll also be here to tell us more on how do we diversify our trade? How do we involve our youth? And what is it that we need to take to do in order to move the trade and business forward? And more so in particular, given the theme for this conference, sustainable development is key. On my left is an established businessman, an entrepreneur, Mr. Jamil Shamji. He's established here in Kisii, but has done business for quite a while, some time. He's experienced, but he'll also bring in another perspective. What are these critical factors that we're looking at? What is it that we need to take advantage of? And what are these barriers that we have to surmount in order to move our products and services out of Kisii County in Kenya in particular, so that we're able to take advantage of the AFCFTA? Madam Eunice, I trust that Madam Eunice Ogola is connected, but I'll give an introduction of her. She's working for the UK High Commission, and she is keen on development in this region and this country. She has been working with countries that have challenges and has been involved on how to mitigate the challenges, especially on opportunities for women, youth, and other disadvantaged or marginalized communities. She has a lot of expertise that she draws from trade integration and negotiations, and also addressing the issue of youth and micro enterprises on access to finance. She is an expert in the microfinance industry. I'm sure that she'll tell us exactly how the development partners, what they view and they look at when they are coming to assist such entrepreneurs who are coming up, so that we take advantage of this particular market of 1.3 billion population. Africa has 1.3 billion population, and the opportunity is huge. That's why it is called an emerging market, and that's why all the other multinationals are setting shop in Africa. And finally, Tabitha, from the ministry she represents, I know that all negotiations that are done in the ESC market, that is, they are domiciled in that particular ministry. I know that she's also responsible for ensuring that the trade barriers are attended to. And I know that there is a lot that has been happening through that ministry to ensure that the youth are involved in business and in trade, and more so that the business community also take advantage, even as we integrate across the ESC. Recently, there was a visit from Tanzanian President, Her Excellency Madam Suluhu, to Kenya, leading a delegation of more than 70 entrepreneurs and businesses. And it is a ministry that was also involved together with the Ministry of Trade. As we open up, I'd like to have Mr. Jamil taking the first shot to tell us exactly your perspective from the private sector on how we'll take advantage of AFCFTA, and briefly, if you see from where we stand, whether the TVET institutions play a role in skills development that are required in trade from the county, country, region, and Africa. Just opening remarks. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think these are three loaded questions. The first one is, what do I see as an entrepreneur and as a businessman? And I want to give you my experience as a business person, or as any ordinary business person. Let's assume that you have the biggest, the largest FMCG, the, what do you call FCMG, the fast-moving consumer good manufacturer, somebody who manufactures Kimbo and Cowboy and such things, okay? And they're based in Nairobi. And they want to distribute their products to all 47 counties in Kenya. In the past, they needed to have one business permit before devolution. Now, they need to have 47 permits, right? Because we have 47 counties. Now, they manufacture their goods, but they don't deliver their goods. They outsource the delivery to a transport company. Now, this transport company that they outsource to has got 300 vehicles. And these 300 vehicles are now used to deliver goods to the distributors in the 47 counties. So the transporter doesn't know which vehicle will be going to Bungoma, and which will be going to Kilifi, which will go anywhere. So it comes in as the vehicle is free, it is given a route. But because the counties also have regulations that every truck that comes into the county must have a transport permit, that means that that distributor must have 200 vehicles or 300 vehicles registered for that county, right? Now, does somebody have a calculator here? So you take 300 vehicles at 5,000 shillings per vehicle for one county. How much is that? 1.5 million. Multiply by that 47. Because you have to do that for every county. So just licensing charges are how much? 70.5 million shillings. So that is one of the challenges they have. Then they have to pay a parking fee, right? Of 1,000 shillings a day. So if you assume that they work 200 days a year times 300 vehicles, times 200 days times 300, that is another, I want to presume another 6 million or something. So this fellow is just paying 80 million shillings a year in licenses and in parking fees. Now, there's a problem because the county government also needs that money, because in order for the county government to get funding from the national government, a certain criteria is what you collect locally, right? The more you collect, the more you get of the bigger cake. So the county government also needs to look for money and needs to look for revenue. At the end of it, who suffers? It is the total Kenyan who suffers, right? The Kenyan consumer, because all these costs will be added. But what am I trying to say? I'm trying to say that the Kenyan businessman and the Kenyan entrepreneur has probably worked in the most difficult circumstances, because Kenya is one of the most regulated countries in Africa, if not in the world. And if you can run a business in Kenya and you can comply to the more than 200 statutory authorities and statutory laws, then you truly can work anywhere in the world because you know how to perfect your business. So what I'm trying to say is that the Kenyan person, the Kenyan entrepreneur is conditioned to work as hard as he can and to hustle as hard as he can. And if he can do what he can do in Kenya, and if he survives in Kenya, he can survive in any other country. That is my first take. What was the second question was on the TVETs. So what do we do? What do the TVETs do? So let's look at the sectors that will be sectors of opportunity in let's say in East Africa before we go to the AFCTA. In East Africa, we need to put down 3 sectors. The first sector is the mainstay sectors. So which are these sectors that have already and traditionally been there that we have been relying on? The agriculture sector, the tourism sector, the manufacturing sector. Then you look at the growth sectors. Which are these sectors that will grow quicker than the normal? Are the IT sectors, the financing tech sectors? Which are the sectors that will continue to see growth because of the population and the structure of the population? That is education and health, right? So these three sectors, my question is, where do the TVET institutions focus themselves? There are opportunities in each of these, but we need to be able to make sure that we focus. I think there was a discussion yesterday by the owner of Turea, who talked about how he works and how he has grown from 50 to 400 people. And maybe in the next 2 years, he wants to grow to 2,000 employees. Now, are the TVET institutions going to be there? What are the career futures in East Africa? COVID has brought in a complication because now people don't want to migrate, and it is very difficult to move from one country to the other because you need to have your PCR and you need to have your COVID tests and everything. The second thing is that each country is very jealous and wants to promote its own population. So it will be very difficult for Kenyans to go to Uganda and Tanzania and to other countries. But where are the opportunities that COVID has brought? COVID has brought opportunities where people can still work from home, right? You can work from home and you can still provide a service. Which are these careers where you can actually work from home and provide a service? They all have to do with data. They all have to do with IT. They all have to do with analytics. So my question to the TVET and my challenge to the TVETs is, for our future and for our students, we need to make sure that we actually identify those critical sectors where there will be opportunities going forwards. And most of these opportunities will be opportunities that will leverage on technology. And the other thing in my mind, which I see as a future, is that whilst the university was there and the university was good, it used to give you a 4-year course. Can you imagine doing a 4-year course in data analytics? If you do a 4-year course in data analytics, by the time you're done with the first semester of 4 months, the whole data analytics environment has changed. So you cannot even do a 4-year course in data analytics. Data analytics is something that will be 2 months or 3 months, and every month it changes. So where are our TVET institutions? People and students and the youth will now go for education on a shorter course basis, because you will have to change your careers. You will have to change your skills so often that in order to be able to actually survive, you cannot afford to go to a 4-year university and get a degree in business administration, because business itself changes so quickly. Where are the opportunities? Where is our TVET institutions coming? Those are my questions. And the final one, which I think we may have a discussion later on, is how do you get the private sector and the TVET institutions to work so that there is proper demand and there's proper service supply of trained and skilled human resource competence. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the elaborate presentation, Mr. Shamji. So you think about how do we leverage on TVET skills developed here and link them up with the private sector so that we are able to take advantage of and actualize the skills, the intention of the training, so that we are able to move ahead, because the economy in the world is moving and things are moving very, very fast, unlike in the past. I'll come to Peter later, just to tell us about what are these barriers that Mr. Shamji has talked about. Are they technical or are they non-tariff barriers? And how do we navigate them? But before I come to you, I'd like Edna to tell us about these opportunities that have been brought by COVID-19, and how do we partake of them as youth? Because I hear there are opportunities, COVID-19 is a challenge, but we're not looking at business perspective is not looking at as challenge, but they're looking at opportunities. So which are these and how do our youth take advantage of them? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Bwana CEO, Mr. Matonda. To all the participants, COVID-19 is a challenge to all the countries. It's a global challenge. But I believe, and we all believe, that in challenges, there are opportunities. And what are the opportunities that COVID-19 is presenting to the world? First, for me, an opportunity coming up, there has to be an exposure, which I think COVID-19 has done, especially on the topic that we are having today about regional integration and the trade barriers that are inherent in it. If I take it globally, I talk about just before COVID, the biggest discussion was about the Brexit. And then there is the Trump administration and Trump as a leader. You know what happens between the US and China. I don't know whether it's been solved, but I know there are also agreements that were done trying to integrate the two countries. Coming closer home, I want to talk of North Africa as a whole. Let me take just the EAC, which we know is Kenya, Uganda, and Tanzania, and already has been expanded to have about 6 countries. But just closer here, our neighborhood with COVID, you saw what was happening between Kenya and Tanzania. Trying to juggle because of the policies and the frameworks we've put together as a region, but again, not following them when you're trying to maybe respond to COVID-19. So the opportunity that is inherent is for the regional blocks, taking closer home like the EAC, which will resonate well, and maybe coming to the counties which have even the regional blocks, like where we are in Kisii, we have the Lake Region Economic Block, is that we need to use the exposure that has been put so that we strengthen the policies and the plan that we put in place. For the youths, going back to what Mr. Jamil has said, that we're now working from home. And I know that when we are talking about working from home, we are talking about technology, using of the gadgets, which the youth are very, very averse. They can do business from home without having to travel afar. So youths, they have to join in the conversation, getting to know what are the opportunities that are there online. What can they do? I know even right now, YouTube is paying so very well. You just, like in the creative industry, you have to create something and ensure you have follow-ups, and then you are going to get paid right from your sitting room. Another opportunity I can talk about the youth is the global way we're looking at it. And again, it's linked up to technology, that you can be able to be a part of a group of people who are maybe in the US, and you are able to be talking and getting to be a part of the conversation, and that will bring about business opportunities and getting to understand each other. Another thing is COVID-19 exposed countries that are addressed or responded very well, and again, those countries which didn't respond very, very well. So for the youths, again, they have now a picture to look at onto the leaders they want to have as mentors, and also those who made mistakes maybe in approaching COVID-19, other than when someone is navigating without having to look at a picture of great leaders who made it and those who didn't make it. I think that's what I can comment for now.
Thank you very much, Madam Edna. I'm being informed that our two panelists have joined in. The representative from the British High Commission, Madam Eunice, is online. We also have Tabitha. So I'll be coming to Tabitha to tell us exactly what this integration is about, what benefits can we derive from that as a county and as a country, especially from the EAC, and then what we are looking at from the AFCFTA. But that's after Peterson makes a rejoinder to the question that are raised about the opportunities derived from the COVID-19. As you tell us also about what are these challenges, the barriers, and how do we mitigate go about mitigating them so that we're able to take advantage of the AFCFTA? Thank you.
Thank you, Bwana Matonda. Thank you, participants. I just want to make a comment on the opportunities and maybe a little challenge that we are experiencing with the COVID situation. One is that if you look at our country, even here in Kisii County, the infrastructure that can support our people to be online a whole day may not be something that everybody can afford. We are currently struggling to see whether we can hold a virtual session, training session for a week for entrepreneurs here in this county. And when we discuss that, we realize that it may not be visible because many will drop out. Nobody will have the data. Not many of our entrepreneurs will have the data to be online for 5 days. So I want to request that the county government and the central government, which we serve, to see to it that maybe the infrastructure and upgrading the 4G to a number of our locations to permit the businesses that my colleague Edna is talking about to flourish, to continue and bring in the benefits so that we can enjoy, all of us. I want also to add that the COVID-19, whereas my institution is responsible for promoting Kenya's goods outside the country, participating in a number of policy forums, as was alluded to earlier. Previously, we used to bank so much on these fiscal exhibitions and trade fairs. With COVID-19, that has been a challenge for us. And as we speak, not many of those fiscal exhibitions are likely to take place. We are requesting our entrepreneurs to package themselves. One, in that they document, give us a brief documentary on what it is that they do. Then a few photos of their products that we can post on a virtual platform so that the other party on the other side are able to appreciate and even now come to engage with you. Having said that, I want now to come to the barriers that the question that my colleague gave me. The tariff and non-tariff barriers. A tariff is a value that can be given, added to the current. If, for instance, it's a manufactured product like this water, the value of this water currently could be about 50. And if a tax is imposed on this, like maybe 5% of the current value, that we call it a tariff because it's a unitary value. There are others that can be given a percentage value of the value of that product. And then there are others that are cannot be tarified, cannot be in terms of a value or a percentage, which now we call the non-tariff, which cannot be quantified. One of which, just before I go to the non-tariff barriers, is that these tariff barriers, these tariff rates are imposed on both exports and imports. In our country today, we have a few tariffs that have been imposed on exports. One is that the ice and skins, with the effort to enable our industries and our chineries to come back. And the other, an excess duty. And another is on metal, some specific types of metals that we are levying a tax to deter a number of our entrepreneurs and our young people from breaking down or even getting your car, dismantling it and selling it. So we're having those two tariffs basically to deter and promote our local industries to flourish. Then the non-tariff, the other type of tariffs could be in terms of quotas. Some countries can impose a certain quota that for you to export their country, you will have to export up to a certain level. You are aware that the sugar imports is in terms of quotas. We are given a quota that we can import from the COMESA countries. And so is the case for other countries. There are others that that border on non-tariff barriers, which include some of which border on restrictions that are based on standards that each of our nations have developed and are being enforced by standard regulating institutions. I can give an example. In 2012, while we were doing a survey in Sudan, we came across a standard, a restriction that has been incorporated into a standard to bar Kenyan tea from accessing that country in the loose form. I believe you are aware that we export our tea both in loose form, those big bags, and value added. And so the restriction was for you to export to Sudan, your tea cannot leave the port of entry unless it's been packaged. And now it's free to go to the shelves. Such, instead of countries imposing a direct restriction, some can come through a standard. And so they enforced and made it sure that if you can't package your tea in Kenya and export it, then you take it to Port Sudan, give the Sudanese nationals or your counterparts an opportunity to package it, give them your jobs before it enters the market. Such a restriction is not a tariff. It's a non-tariff that deters you as an importer, an exporter, an importer and exporter from accessing the opportunities that arise in a country like that.
Thank you, Peter. I'll come back to you, but you're demystified when you talk about African free continental trade. We cannot go to the continent before we understand why is it that we have to come together. The countries have to agree on the tariffs, they have to agree on the non-tariff, the restrictions, the certification requirements, so that our goods are able to move freely across the continent. That's why I gave him time to explain what are these, because if you want to move from one country to the other, there are restrictions, there are regulations, and so the FCFTA comes in to ensure that those regulations are harmonized across all the countries. Once they are harmonized, then we have one good that is moving from a country A to country B to C, D within those agreed and harmonized standards. So I'll come to you to pick up on that. But since the ESC, the representative of the PS, Madam Tabitha is there, kindly give us, from following up from what Peter said, what is it that we can count as quick wins that you can give one or two that the ESC integration has brought the country? And in particular, you can pick any one of the counties because we're based in one county. So what is it that you can pick a county that has benefited from that so that we have the impact? And that will also inform us that even the FCFTA will be able to take advantage of, and there will be business. Thank you. I don't know whether she is connected the ICT team. As they do that, I'll also inform Madam Eunice, who is listening. We want to look at the development partners who are involved in the country. But the UK, you have really participated in several programs. When you look at these FCFTA and addressing the barriers of trade, it could be through your funding, through TIMEA, through directly to the counties. How is it? What is it that you are seeing that we can take advantage of? And what do you look at when you want to partner and improve trade amongst the members of the AfCFTA? So I'll come to Eunice after Tabitha has made a presentation. I don't know whether she's connected. I'm not able to see from where I sit. Tabitha? Maybe as we wait for Tabitha, is Eunice, if you are...
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. I just want to get your question again. I'm having a lot of connectivity issues. Is it possible for you to come again so that I can respond to your concern?
We are discussing about barriers of trade, but then of course we're looking at us going to the regional markets and also the African markets because of the negotiations that have been ongoing and the ratification of the AfCFTA. But we want you to point out a few benefits that we can pick from the integration so that we also take advantage of the AfCFTA, because EAC has been there for quite some time. And so if you picked out why the integration in the EAC, why we needed to trade and we need to trade with the EAC, then we'll see a bigger picture why we should move out to the African continent under the same dispensation. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. What we can say about the integration is that as Kenya, we have benefited a lot from the integration process. One, we got a very large market in the region. When we just began, we had the 3 partner states, that is Kenya, Uganda, and Tanzania. And then Burundi joined at the same time with Rwanda. And then we have South Sudan that has joined, and we are soon bringing on board the DRC. This will eventually give us a market. Presently, we have a market of over 176,000, million people who have been brought together by this EAC integration. And when we bring DRC on board, it will go to over 200 million people who have been brought together for purposes of integration. When it comes to trade, we find that Kenya, we benefit, most of our trading partners are the EAC region. And 3/4 of our trade is within the intra-EAC. And therefore, in the Common Market Protocol, we have been able to even move ahead and establish services, trading services. If you look at the region, we're having our banks, we are having our insurance facilities, we are having our transportation facilities and so on, where we are moving and trading freely within the region. And because of the EAC, we find that it is very easy, because once a good is, when it comes to the common market, once a good is produced within a partner state and it is fully produced, then you can easily export it to the neighboring partner state without any taxation. And because of that trading, we have been able to improve the transport communication, transport and communication within the region, especially along the Northern Corridor. We find that previously we would take a very long time to transport our goods to Uganda or to Rwanda. But these days it takes as few as 3 days or 4 days. So we have reduced with from 10 days that it used to take to a maximum of 3 days. Other benefits is that the EAC region offers a lot of market, especially for the youth, when we look at the harmonization of the education systems. We have harmonized the education systems from, especially at the university level, So we find the youth can be able, I mean, we have created a lot of student and teacher mobility, which offers employment. And then to add on to that, apart from establishing our what do you say? Apart from establishing our enterprises in the neighboring partner states, we have also been able to enhance trade in services within the region. So the integration process has given a lot of fruits, which we want to use to extend to the AFT. And if we go to the AFT as a region, then we stand to benefit more as opposed to individual countries joining. I submit, Chair.
For that submission. I want to really appreciate the panelists and the much information that you are bringing on board, because I'll tell you that Peterson said that there are challenges now of exhibiting physically out there in trade fairs and exhibitions. But they mentioned that the e-commerce is very key now, that that's why he talked about the ICT infrastructure should be enhanced. And that's why he said that we need to go virtual so that we're able to take advantage. That's why Tabitha is able to connect from Nairobi and give us that pertinent information that she has shared. And now I like to really go to Eunice. Eunice, I already introduced you earlier, but briefly I'll say that Eunice is working for the UK High Commission, and she's key on development, especially working with the countries which have challenges. And she looks at how to mitigate those challenges, especially opportunities for youth and women. And it's from that background that I want us to look at what is it that you are doing to assist these youth and women venture into business, especially in the region, and taking advantage of the African free trade agreement. And also, if you may allow us to really know what is it that you're looking at when venturing into a partnership with a county like this particular county of Kisii that we are in, to develop trade and develop and facilitate trade, so that your target is taking advantage and benefiting from the services that you offer. We'd like to hear from you. If you are connected, we'll leave it broadly so that you are able to take us through for about 3 minutes, so that we're able to really understand how you can come in to ensure that the trade barriers are addressed, that there are opportunities that you assist us to, or youth to partake of, and of course the women that you very much support.
Thank you very much, Chair. I hope you can hear me well. Just confirm that, please.
Proceed.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And thanks to the other panelists as well. Really good contributions. And thanks to the Kisii team for convening us today. My apologies that I could not attend in person, but I'm very pleased to join virtually. So just really, and I've been reflecting a lot on the conversation that has been going around trade and regional integration and the benefits that are there. And I think most of the items have been mentioned in terms of the opportunities that are there and how we can position to take advantage of them. And so just to answer your question on some of the aspects that we are working on as donor partners, the UK government in Kenya, and I must say other donor partners in Kenya as well, because I think this is something that we need a multi-stakeholder approach. Everyone has a role to play, the government, the private sector, and the development partners as well. So the UK and Kenya, we have supported trade and regional integration through our flagship program on trade that is implemented by Trademark East Africa. This is supported by other development partners as well. And some of the issues that we focused on are among the others that I've had listed here today. And one of them is just improving the trade infrastructure. So whether that's the physical trading infrastructure, you talk about the port of Mombasa, how do goods come in, how do they move along the northern corridor, you talk about access roads, but also the border posts. So the one-stop border posts and improving efficiencies at those points in a bid to improve, trade volumes and benefits of trade. So we have supported that. We've worked a lot at the Port of Mombasa, improving its efficiency, whether that's through physical infrastructure, so expanding some of the berths, or just improving the efficiency in terms of, working closely together with the different stakeholders at the Port of Mombasa. But also under infrastructure, one of the things we've done is the ICT for trade. And I think that has been mentioned a lot here today. I think that's the other trade infrastructure that we've focused on, and just building online platforms that improve efficiency of trade, and also improve transparency, because that's a big issue on trade as well. And when you're talking about regional integration, then ICT platforms really do come in, whether it is for looking at standards or just trading and making payments. That is something that we have contributed to. I think the other really important aspect is finance for trade, and how, because that's a big barrier. How do we get trade financing? How do we make sure that traders get the money that they need to be able to run their trade, whether within Kenya or across the border? And we have contributed to that, working with commercial banks to see how they tailor make, for example, loans for SMEs. And a big marker for us, or a big focus for us, is inclusion. So that is one thing that we really, really focus on, in terms of how do we make sure that these processes include the informal sector, include the most excluded. You've mentioned, Chairman, youth and women. How do we make sure that they are all coming into this? And one of the things that TMEA has also done is the informal cross-border trade. So looking at the traders, the informal traders across borders, and how do we support them to do their trade in an environment that is safe, in an environment that is optimal. And we've done some work around that. And perhaps I'll just say the last thing that we've done that I also think is really important is supporting industrialization, or supporting manufacturing, and I know value addition has been mentioned in this panel as one of the things that is really important in terms of increasing trade and opportunities. Because I think when we have industries running, then we have a chance to absorb youth from the polytechnics and other institutions of higher learning, and we expand the opportunities in the supply chain around that. So that is one thing that we've done. And I'll just mention a program that we work with very closely with the Kisii County and the Kisii municipality, which we are very proud of, and that's our urbanization program. So we do have an urbanization program that targets sub-national level. So we are looking at the smaller towns that are really growing fast though, and supporting them to plan their growth better. So to create a vision for proper urbanization of the towns, but also to select very specific value chains or infrastructure projects that are viable for the town, that will open up opportunities, and then we support them to attract investment into those. So I'm very proud that you're working with Kisii as one of the towns. We've done an urban economic plan, which is puts together a vision after talking to a lot of stakeholders on the ground, a vision for the town. And we are now at a stage where we are looking at very specific value chain projects that can generate jobs at Kisii level, that can expand supply chains, and also infrastructure opportunities for the town. So just in closing, sorry, Chair, I'm sure I'm running out of my time, but just in closing again, I'll emphasize 2 points that really matter to us as development partners, and particularly the UK in Kenya. One is inclusion, and I've mentioned that already. We really put a high marker on that in terms of how are the opportunities trickling down to the people who are most disadvantaged. But the other one is resilience. And I think this one is even more after the COVID-19 pandemic. And how are we building resilience into our trade infrastructure, for example, resilience against climate change, but also pandemics. And again, just to mention in closing that Kisii municipality is one of the partners we've worked with to trial out COVID-free market stalls. This is targeting informal sector players who have been, trading in the open air. But then when the pandemic struck, we've been working together with them to see how do we establish some infrastructure, like market structures that work better for them, that is safe to trade in. And so I think building resilience into our trade infrastructure, both locally, but even across the regions, is very important. I'll leave it at that, Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Eunice. That was a mouthful, and I want to really affirm that through your support, the Kenya National Chamber of Commerce and Industry has been working very closely with the UK, especially TIMEA through TIMEA on the certificate of origin, where we have digitized, on infrastructure, on this financial inclusion. We have another program that we're working with you, which we rolled out. So what you've said is true, and we are part and parcel of that journey, and we really appreciate your support. I only wanted it to come from you, but I want to confirm and assure the audience that yes, that is what has been happening through TIMEA, and all that have been said is true, and it has helped us to ease the ease of doing business, and that's why Kenya has scored highly because of that kind of improvement. We are running short of time. I've been notified. We have about 7 minutes to close, and that will now we limit our discussions. I knew we had a lot that we were going to share, linking business community to these TVET institutions, and also seeing how we can utilize the skills attained here. But Eunice has just said this: if there is value addition and there is industrialization, then that means we'll be able to add value to the produce instead of selling raw materials. And by so doing, we'll be able then to employ more youth and absorb them from here, even as they go directly to manufacturing and the value addition, or their skills are taken up to be able to run the factories or the industries that we have. I'll go to Peterson to conclude and tell us exactly what are your parting shots in a minute, because of the time constraints. And I know we'll have more channels. And why we're here is to tell you there is a lot of information. This conference is important and beautiful, and we'll be able to engage more to ensure that we further this discussion forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I may not give you all that I will have desired in a minute, but suffice to say that the African continent is a 1.3 million people population, which all those are human beings who are yearning for products from my colleague, my friend here, and all the entrepreneurs in the room. Two, that the second African Trade International African Trade Fair, after the Cairo one, it will be taking place in Durban, South Africa in November. And this is a platform that both the county and the entrepreneurs in the room, or those in attendance, can come and participate in. We'll be having promotion on this event the same day today next week in Nairobi with the support of Afrexim Bank. I would like to invite you all to come on board. Three, that the Kenya Export Promotion and Branding Agency will be spearheading Kenya's participation at the Expo Dubai, which starts 1st October to that 1st March. Kindly also log into our website, register, and be part of that process. And lastly, that the coming in of DRC into our configuration is of great importance to us. We've been struggling to take our goods into that market. One, because the opportunities in that market are immense. Those of you who have bought safari boots, a safari boot here costs about $3,000-4,000, isn't it? But there somebody's ready to pay $100 for it. The same to manufactured products which they import, which we manufacture here. So by them coming into our configuration, it's a boom for us. As we speak, there's a high-level government delegation on the ground to see how we can further engage on what the other presenter has said. As the agency, I've been struggling to establish a warehouse in that market. We'll be undertaking a feasibility study after this in that market, such that the infrastructural challenges of accessing that market, because you see, there is no road between here and Kinshasa. The only option is to go through the sea, which will take 3 months.
Thank you, Peter.
So I want to encourage and support and urge the county government and the Kenya National Polytechnic next time when they invite us, they give us more time, because I've given you much more that are prepared for this process. But finally, is that the Kenya Export Promotion and Planning Agency is your partner in export development, and the county, you need now, for you to integrate, you need to look at what product is the county going to sell in the regional markets. Can we nurture and support our entrepreneurs in those subsectors so that they can take advantage of these opportunities I submit?
Thank you very much, Peter. Peterson is talking of 176 million population in East Africa. Those are people. He's talking about 1.3 billion population in Africa. Those are people. And it is the agency, Kenya Export Promotion and Branding Agency, that is mandated by the government to do the promotions. Yet the private sector, we play a key role and we're very key partners. He has talked about this FCFTA event in Durban in November. Take advantage of that date and get details from their website. Talking about Expo Dubai 2020, it was not done last year, but it's going to be done this year. From 1st of October to March of that March 2022, get the details and register and take advantage of that. And youth, you have to play a role there because they are more of innovation. They're talking of innovation, and it's actually a perfect match for you because you showcase your products in the globe. And DRC, there is an event in September. But before then, there is something else that you said they are doing, a feasibility study. Yes, and much, much more. Look for him and look for the agency. Thank you. Parting shots, Madam Edna.
Thank you, Chair. My parting shot is going to be lean towards what we are discussing today, breaking barriers to trade and regional integration. And from where I sit, I see that as Africa, we've put the structures. The structures are there. The programs have been rolled out. The issue is implementation. And second, the issue is inclusivity and diversity, embracing diversity along the way. And when I'm talking about diversity, I thought about this and I was looking at what is making the regional blocks or regional integration not to work. First, I realized it could be the issue of religion, the issue of geographical disadvantage. Maybe Kenya is different from Uganda or something. And when these regions are coming together, one feels that the other one is going to disadvantage against themselves. Another one is on gender issues and youth inclusivity. Just to pick on gender and youth, long are the days when economies were fueled by multinational companies. It's now SMEs and even micros who are building our economy. And when you look at these SMEs and the micros, they are actually occupied by the women and the youth. And we are told you cannot build an economy when you leave 50% of the population behind. And I'm again talking about the youth and the women. So how are we including them in the policy making? How are we including them as they build their businesses? Are they still struggling with capital, with working capital? Are they struggling to get information? Are they struggling to move from one region to another, to move from Kenya to maybe Tanzania, either because of cultural constraints and beliefs of patriarchy and all those things that are setting them down? Are we looking at youths as people who cannot sit in the table and make decisions? So my parting shot share could be, and to the people who are here, is as we are making these policies, let us ensure that all are included, with the youth, the women, be it the people who are disadvantaged. We are talking about Kenya, are we including the Turkanas and all those people? Another thing, again, as a parting shot, I could say now, directing this to the technical institutions, like where we are, when you are having these technical training and the courses, are all people included, the disabled and the youth? I have an advantage of having gone through like Kisii National Polytechnic. I realized that most of the women, they always go to maybe the catering services and the hospitality. They won't go to plumbing. And we've talked about how technical skills have helped people, especially when survive this COVID-19. What are we doing? Are we talking to them? Are we encouraging them to take up these technical skills? Because whatever comes, the skill will always remain with this person.
Thank you, Madam Edna. I know
Thank you so
are
much.
What
Thank
I've
you.
picked is that all courses are good and they're for both gender. And also you diversify. We look at each other, even the cultures differ, but we are all one. So allow me to, I don't know whether Tabby is still connected, to give a parting shot for a minute, and also then followed by Eunice. Then finally we have Mr. Shamji. Please, if Tabby is there, your parting shot, please. Eunice?
Yes, I'm here, Chair, and just to say, yeah, thank you so much again for the conversation. Yeah, you can hear me? Can you hear me?
Your parting shot?
Yes, thank you so much again for the conversation. Very important. And I think my parting shot is that, you know, these issues, we have to work on them at different levels, at all levels, actually. So from the very local level all the way to national level, and also multiple stakeholders. So no one should be left out of this, but also just want to encourage the youth and the team in the conference to take advantage of these opportunities, you know, to be proactive and to check websites. Again, we were talking about ICT and the opening of the world. Let's check websites. Let's check up the opportunities that are there and plug in. But above all, we must keep the conversations going. So thanks again to the team for convening us for this conference. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you for your time and your insight. It was clear. I don't have to repeat. Is Tabby there? Tabitha is not in. So I'll go back to Mr. Shamji to give us his parting shots.
Thank you very much, Chairman. So my parting shots. I think regional integration is a thing that will happen. It has to happen. When it happens, opportunities will be created for many Kenyans, young Kenyans, who are entrepreneurs, for the established businesses already in Kenya, for professionals, for investors, and Kenyan youth who are skilled. Again, poorly managed or sheltered businesses will have to adapt to an increasingly competitive marketplace. Why am I saying that? Because expect competition from other countries. And if you have been sheltered in your country or in your county or in your environment, expect to be challenged in the business that you do. Previously lucrative or comfortable livelihoods will come under increasing pressure. So if you are benefiting from businesses that have been left by your parents or other people and you just think you will just continue with business as usual, remember that will come under pressure. Again, many businesses and professionals will require external support to succeed in the marketplace. And students, now this is addressed to the students, will need to have a range of transferable skills and experiences in order to succeed. So what am I saying by transferable skills? Transferable skills are skills that you can use and that you must have with you as basic minimum skills. So what are these skills? Skills in language, skills in IT. So you must be good at languages. You don't speak only one or two languages. Learn some other languages. You must be very good at IT. You must have a regional perspective. Don't have a perspective for your county only. You must have financial knowledge. Basic financial knowledge is going to be critical. And then you must be able to, like Madam Edna said, you must be able to work within a multi-ethnic and multi-dimensional team group. Because when you work with other people and when you work with people from outside your country, you will need to learn how to manage them and how to understand where they are coming from. Okay, so what do we need to do as Kenyans? The first thing we need to do is to align the skill sets with economic opportunities. So what we have to do is identify which are the economic opportunities that will be coming. And as the integration continues, these opportunities will be created and they will be translated into higher income levels, but only for those people who can respond to the demand for certain skills and resources. So what I'm saying is that the skills and the resources that will be required that will be coming out of integration will be different from what we have now. So we need to identify which ones are these, and then we have to be prepared for it. So where does this responsibility go? It goes on to the leadership, and it goes on to the leadership of our TVET institutions to identify and recommend appropriate educational pathways, skills training, and upgrading plans and career counseling strategies for the youth, so that the youth can then align their abilities and training with opportunities that will come in. So we talk about opportunities in the IT sector, we talk about data analytics, we talk about big data, we talk about data visualization. These are courses that can be taught online. Are our TVET institutions up to it? Can we do that? Because I can tell you that the business and the private sector will be relying on data and data analytics in order to survive. And they need some people to actually do that for them. The second thing we need to do is to empower SMEs to compete. We will have to, because Kenyans rely on SMEs, we will need to make sure that our SMEs are competitive and become a priority. And this should become a priority for the country's leadership. Creation of business alliances can help. And you make sure that our businesses continue to be competitive. So what do I need to do as an individual? If you are an individual and you're just starting, what are some of the key things you need to do? My belief is you have to know where to position yourself geographically. As a student, where are you going to be? Do you want to be in Nairobi? Do you want to be in Mombasa? Do you want to be in Kisumu? Do you want to be in Dar es Salaam? Do you want to be in Kisii? Where do you want to be? So you need to know that if this is your career outline, if this is where you want your career to be, think very carefully about where you want to be. Think about where you want to be geographically in line with the economic opportunities that will be coming up. That is critical. The second thing is something that I've recently learned, and it is called agility of the mind. That means your mind needs to be very agile. You know, opportunities will come in, opportunities will go, challenges will come, challenges will go. And the basic assumptions you had about life and about stability in life will change. And if you start relying on the fact that in the past, these things never happened, and you don't make your mind agile to the fact that things around you will change, you will be in the lows. But if you agree and you tell yourself that let me become agile, let my mind accept the changes that are happening around me and let me respond, then you will become a winner. And that means that you will probably change your career 2 or 3 times in the year. But be open to that. Be open to changing your career. The other thing you need to do is fight for an enabling business environment. We have been talking about barriers to trade. We've been talking about local barriers to trade, regional barriers to trade, international barriers to trade. But where does this all come? It comes from creating a good business environment. And that starts from the legislation and the government. We need to be part of the legislation that is being created in our country so that we can then fight for the correct enabling environment. My final parting shot is communicate, learn, communicate, learn, and communicate more. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Shamji. Now we come to the end of our panel discussion, but very quickly, what I picked. One, we have barriers of trade, yes, which are being addressed through the negotiations that are happening globally. And that is not for nothing, but to enable trade happen. So the governments, through institutions, both local governments, the county governments and the national governments, are discussing and seeing how can we better have trade being done. Once they have facilitated, the business community take advantage and they be able to trade because governments do not indeed trade. We have a population of 1.3 billion in Africa. Go for this and take your share. Personally, as an entrepreneur, and of course, globally, as a country. Number 3, we have a new norm that has been brought because of the COVID-19. The new norm is like we are trading virtually, and the e-commerce is the way to go. Physical meetings are being reduced, but we are able to communicate through our website, develop our website, update it every day, and be competitive. Be competitive through value addition and have transferable skills to be on top and ahead of the rest. We are competing globally. We are in a global village. Number 5, all stakeholders must be involved in this. And there is enough market for each one of us, provided we remain competitive and we have quality and the quantity products. Quality and the quantity because the world needs more. Number 6, inclusiveness is pertinent. Involve the youth, involve the women, involve the men, involve each and every other citizen. That is very key for sustainable economic empowerment. Number 7, the business community, you have a key role to play. Take advantage of the government's facilitative role, as I've said, so that we have impact. Normally, the government facilitates, puts in a lot of money, but we want to go forward and have and create impact. Challenges are there, and if there are no challenges, we are not in business. Mr. Shamji said the pandemic came, he saw opportunities. All the business community will tell you they saw opportunities. So pandemics, opportunities are cited. When there is war, there are opportunities for business. But we're not saying that we go to war. When there is another quake, there are opportunities. When there is COVID, there are opportunities. Identify the opportunities, offer solutions. We are in business. Number 9, and the second last, we locate ourselves geographically. Where do we want to operate from? Must we go to Nairobi to manufacture? Must we? I don't think so. I don't think so. We can't produce, carry raw materials from the county in the coast to bring it to Nairobi, or from another county, take it to another place, because that's where it is. We're having industrial centers, economic zones all over, including one which is being opened in Moroni, and even here in the country, and even in Nyamira, in the county, wherever it is. Where do you want to be? And finally, let's innovate. The 4th industrial generation has caught up with us. What is it? The youth go and go the 4th industrial generation. But we may have been bypassed by the 2nd and 3rd in some sectors. That does not mean that we don't have to partake the 4th industrial generation. Because if we have to be competitive, we have to, you can start up a factory now, but it is actually taking advantage of the 4th industrial generation, robotics, information, and all that. And by so doing, we'll be able to penetrate the African markets, which is there for us to partake. May I thank the Kisii National Polytechnic for what they've done. And I want to tell you that kindly join the Kenya National Chamber of Commerce and Industry, because all these services and the information you are getting, including the certificates of origin, you can't export without a certificate of origin. And we are the ones who are offering it. And through the partnership of what Eunice said, we have digitized, and we are now enabling you to access it from wherever you are. You can apply from your laptop, from your computer, and you print the certificate of origin, and many other services that we offer. Thank you very much. Thank you, panelists, able panelists, and we really appreciate your presence and time. And we thank you for being here for this particular noble event. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot. The audience, you had a lot. We would have wanted you to speak the whole day, but we couldn't. One clap for all that they have done. Again, the next session is moderated by Mr. Bravin. Where are you? Take your seat, please. Then, Madam Aska Juma, come over. Isaac Omwenga. Isaac Omwenga. Take your seat.
Pravin, right, left.
If a change, I think these are the ones, George Okimo, Benson, John, and Russell. Not that one. Only I shared the same.
Okay. Correction. Mr. George Okuma, where are you? Mr. Nelson Blake. Nelson. John, yes. I want to suggest that we can do that as little time as possible, at most 30 minutes. Give your keynote presentation. The chair has 60 minutes and the next 7.5. And silence the mics and use them.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon. Thank you very much. My name is Pravin Izawa, and I'm humbled to be given this opportunity to moderate the last plenary of this wonderful event that has been organized by the Kenya National Polytechnic. And it's also important to see how the culmination of events have been. It started yesterday talking about Tibet, the importance of Tibet. Then it talked about technology. This morning I had a eye-opener to the agriculture sector and how the agriculture has been performing or what we should be doing by Professor Lynette. Then we have the African Continental Free Trade. And I'm here to moderate one of the most important session, which is going to talk about how we're going to unlock the investment opportunities. And I'm very privileged to have some distinguished members sitting beside me who are my panelists. And before I introduce them, I will make some few submissions with regards to the events that have just unfolded. Let me take back to the African Continental Free Trade that we have been talking about. I won't go in details, but one thing we have to remember, African Continental Free Trade is an effort that has not been put in from 2012 thereafter. It started from 1963. So it is as good as 58 years of Kenyan independence, the work that has been put on. When you talk about agriculture, I heard a very good presentation and there was a good question that came up that we as a country do not emit that much of carbon dioxide or emission of greenhouse as compared to say other champions, but probably because they are leaders in industrial revolution. Just to give us stats, every year we have this report that comes up from Intergovernmental Panel of Climate Change, and Kenya emits less than 1% of its global share, whereas the champions, as we all know, the developed countries, probably Canada is somewhere around 25%, US is around 14%. But what is important for us to understand is there's only one planet. So whoever has done whatever, we have to do our bit. So culminating into my session, it is very important. Yes, we have been talking about agriculture. We are talking about sustainability. And today I have this gentleman and lady to speak about what they have to uncover, because everything gets down or boils down to the availability of funds. So let's hear from the horses what they have. So let me introduce my panelist. On my far right, I hope I get it correct, is Mr. Benson Mulei. And I'm very proud to say he is the Director, Department of Agriculture, the County of Kisii, where we are. So we're going to hear from the horse what he has for us. And I hope he would be giving something constructive so that we can take a good takeaway. To my immediate right, I have Mr. George Okimo, Director, Operations and Marketing. Now, this is also important. It's County Pension Fund. So pension becomes very important for our longevity. I'm already in my 40s. In 20 years, what I'm going to do? So he's going to tell me more about that. The only lady that I have is on my left-hand side. Her name is Miss Aska Juma. She's the Regional Relationship Manager in charge of agribusiness. So I'm going to have a lot of questions to her, and she represents one of the top banks in this country, APSA. And finally, I have Mr. John Nguesso, another banker from the Cooperative Bank, and he is the Executive Banking and Customer Service Relationship. To kickstart, I will have one common question, and not because of any hierarchy. I'll start with Ms. Juma. What is that they have in their bank that they are currently doing to promote agribusinesses, opportunities, and challenges that they are facing? Over to you, Ms. Juma.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Chairman. What are the opportunities that we have at ABSA in unlocking additional capital and investments in the agricultural space for sustainable development? Number one, partnerships. Partnerships is key. At ABSA, we have partnerships with different stakeholders where they come together to de-risk the norm that everyone knows that agribusiness is risky. And that makes us lend even to many other farmers together with agribusinesses, SMEs. Number two, the opportunities that we have. We have tailor-made products where we say that farmers cannot just be bundled like any other business. We look at them case by case, and it's a tailor-made product looking at the seasons, looking at repayment periods, and looking at several other factors to make sure that these farmers can access additional capital and investments. I think I don't say all of them.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, participants. As the Chair had introduced me, I think my name is John Nyongesa. I'm a Senior Relationship Manager in charge of government and public sector, but more specifically, agriculture and health sectors. What my colleague Juma has alluded to, what are these key areas that the bank, specifically Cooperative Bank, has in store for, I think in terms of, I will speak directly to those people, the students who leave the TVETs. We have formed partnership with various funds in trying to establish funds that can be able to, first of all, issue and give startup capital to the guys who are leaving the TVETs today. You know, when they leave the TVETs, they'll require capital to do farm inputs. They require capital to do pesticides. They require capital to start up whatever line of in trying to employ the skills that they've gained throughout the learning journey. They can choose to go to be employed somewhere or start their own side hustle, which now eventually will create an additional employment opportunity to the other needy Kenyans. So we have various types of loan facilities that we offer based on what area in agriculture that you do. We do value chain across the sector, from, if it's a grains, from the plowing, all the time up to value addition. So we have facilities for dairy farming. We have cereals. We have facilities for poultry farming. We have also for greenhouse farming in terms of those who do horticulture, and to name just but a few. I believe as we go on the conversation, we'll be able to unpack what would be required to ensure that these facilities are made available in conjunction with the partners and what the bank has set aside to mitigate that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Juma and Mr. John. Now we heard from the private side, private sector side. We heard about what the banks have to offer. Now let's go to my far right, and let's start with Mr. Benson Mulei, who is the Director of Department of Agriculture. What sort of the supporting structure you have in place that supports the youth and that works in conjunction with the banks as well?
Hello, are you getting me? Okay, thank you, Chairman and members who are here. As you said, my name is Benson Mulei, work for Kisii County, Department of Agriculture, Livestock, Fisheries and Cooperative Development. Kisii County the motto is prosperity for all. And the county government, its basic role is to provide an enabling environment for development. One of the key areas in the county or key sectors is agriculture. The way we do agriculture, I've talked about livestock, fisheries, crops, agribusiness, and cooperatives. We give an all-inclusive approach, and normally we go through mainly groups so that you can have every other person involved in what we are doing. They participate in the planning of activities we do, even in the budgeting, and divide the activities, and we link up with the stakeholders because we do what we call value chain approach. We want to see in any value chain we are addressing, if it is, for example, something like livestock, we are talking about dairy. Who are involved in the dairy? What is the role of each stakeholder in the dairy value chain? Which segment are they playing in? What are the challenges? And who are the other people going to be brought on board to address those challenges? We talk about youth and sustainability in agriculture. If you talk about sustainability, you have to bring the youth and the women on board, because if you look at the rural areas where you do a lot of farming, most of the people who are doing the work in the farm, they are the youth and the women. So they are our key focus in what we are doing. We have programs in place which are targeting those class of people. We have one called the NARIG, that is the National Agriculture and Rural Inclusivity Growth Program. You can see there is rural and inclusivity and the growth. So we target the youth, and the approach is that we go to the field, they form groups, they have existing groups, they have their business plans, which we assist them in maybe pan meeting, and then they can be given support either by the county government or by development partners. We have several partners in the county whom we're working with, and therefore I think in that approach, our county is doing very well in empowering the youth and the women. There are things which the county is doing, like providing infrastructure. If you look at Kisii County now, you can access any other point of it from Kisii. We have the rural roads have been well done and well maintained. You can access Migori County, you can access Narok, you can access Nairobi through that road network. We have infrastructure, like now here in the Kisii ATC, we are doing a factory to do banana value addition. That is an infrastructure which will attract a partner to come and invest in a value addition. Then this will go back to the farmers who are the youth and the women, and also the men. And in each segment of that value chain, we shall be able to identify the roles of each of those players. We talked about ICT and the youth. The other day, I was just sending a parcel to Nairobi, and I went to the town, I registered a parcel, and it was sent to Nairobi. After about 8 hours, I got a message that your parcel has arrived, come and collect from this point of view. So it means if you are doing business, that's agribusiness, you don't need people to travel to all those areas. No, you can do it business from this end. And the youth can be very useful in that because of the ICT and the technology we are applying. In terms of the banks and the loans, yes, we are working with farmer groups. We are doing what we call financial literacy together with the financial institutions, bring farmers together. The farmers can also act as a security for one another so that if they are getting loans, they can be able to give that security and they can be able to access that facility. At times, you find that we might lack some information on how to assess the farmer's capacity, maybe to get that facility. We are keeping records, we are running farmers on a record keeping in business planning and tracking them so that at least if it is an investor, you can come and see the cash flow of the farmers, the farmers are doing the time they've been engaged in that. And therefore, they can be able to get some funding. And also, we promote what we call the receipt system and the contract farming. Like we have farmers who are doing avocado, we have farmers who are doing bananas, dairy, etc. So if you enter into contract farming with a partner who is maybe the buyer, then it is very easy to get the service of credit, and then payment will be very smooth because it is just being taken from the end of the payment. So the county is doing all those things, trying to unveil new markets, being innovative, and then we set standards in liaison with the other protocols, so that at least what you're producing is not only for local consumption, it can also fetch market outside the county, the country, the region, that is globally. And once you do that, I think that now the youth will be able to sustain farming. And
thank you very much, Mr. Malaya. I was very happy listening to your comments. Looks like Kisii would be the first county to be coming under the umbrella of a smart city, because you spoke about smart city has like 4 or 5 pillars, and you've already read out almost 3 or 4. For example, ICT, inclusion of technology, which you have already spoken about, and how you're going to use it in your county. Number 2, you spoke about infrastructure, which I personally will vouch, because I'm going to go to request my governor to invest in roads. So that's a good job that you've done. And you spoke very nicely about, yes, the rural population, a majority of the 40% of Kenya, we speak about 40% of Kenyans actually work in agriculture, but in the sunset, 70% belongs to the rural population. So rural population has to be catered into. So that's a very interesting thing. But I want to, as I'm going to go to Mr. Okimo, I'm going to ask you this question so that you can think about it. You spoke about investor to come to the banana value chain that you're proposing. My question is, what has the county facilitated as far as incentives are concerned? And how would you welcome this investor? And this, I'm talking per se with regards to ease of doing business. So as you ponder, let me go to my other panelist, Mr. Okimo. So my question still remains the same in this value chain on what you're talking about, unlocking the investment in sustainable agriculture. So what has the pension fund's contribution on the same? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. And my name is George Okioma, Director in charge of operations and marketing at the County Pension Fund. Yes, indeed. Studies have actually shown that families which are dependent on pension, basically post-retirement, tend to be more stable because it's a source of income. You must have seen what the government has done through programs like the Inua Jamii program, which have created a lot of interest and a lot of hope, especially in the elderly population. But then this just boils down to the fact that what are we doing during our active years? Sometimes when we are young, when we join in employment, we think that we will not get to retirement. And therefore, then the focus on retirement is not given a lot of attention. even from ourselves and even from the employers. Suffice to say that then pension fund is one source of harnessing savings. And we have seen the pension fund grow to, fund values of up to around 1.3 trillion in Kenya. These funds are available and are invested in this economy. Now, the thing is, how then can we tap these funds for purposes of, supporting the agricultural sector, which we know, constitutes a bigger percentage of our resource. Unfortunately, then it boils down to then, small things like, yes, you have funds, but when you invest pension funds, you invest in the interest of the members, not in the interest of other parties other than the members. So our pension scheme is supposed to. Hello? Yes, a pension fund is supposed to make a profit. But what we have seen is people have come up with very creative ideas, understanding the challenge with farmers, especially. Hello? Yes, especially farmers in the rural sector. The greatest hindrance in this sector is what we call hello? Yes, what we call financial identity. If you look at how the kind of agricultural sector, the way it's established in you will find that even there are challenges in terms of title. My colleagues, panelists have mentioned what products are available from our banking sector. There is a process for you to get, collateral, to get capital. A poor farmer, the only thing perhaps they could be having is as collateral could be the land. But when you go to the land, chances are maybe the land has never even been subdivided. So this is a call to the county government, which I know is represented here, that how are we doing our simple things like our land succession? Have we encouraged land succession? Do we have a program such that then if land succession is done properly, then the poor farmer at least has a title. With this title and the little investment they want to do, they can actually go to even a bank and say, at least I have something. So with that, then you see that the hindrance starts at, it's systematic in the whole value chain that it becomes challenging to support this farmer. However, from a pension fund perspective, as we have, we look at opportunities where people want to come in and invest in sustainable agriculture that is meant then to really add value. But at the bottom line, we look at how much value we are going to get. And there are people who have expressed interest, for example, in large-scale farming, in say, wheat production, but then they need funding. So they can actually access pension funds for that purpose, so which then will have a trickle down effect to both the pension savers and also to the farmers. You realize that a very simple thing like dairy farming, you will see that every small farmer here and in the country has a very small section allocated to dairy farming. Maybe he has 1 cow or 2. And the only thing they get is what you could call farm gate prices. So they could sell to a middleman at 35 shillings a liter. The same milk, we will buy it in the supermarket at 60 shillings, nearly double. So, but then that benefit does not come to the member because the process of payment is better off having cash immediately as opposed to waiting for credit, which would take a very long process. So you could see that the whole thing is about, from a policy perspective, which will then come down to how effective are we in actually implementing as simple things as those policies such that then they can affect directly the person whom it's intended to support. Chair, thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Okimo. I think that was very insightful and speaking about policies. Also, when I look at the pension fund, I mean, apart from the profitability to sustain the pension fund themselves, you're also responsible for the investors because the rate of interest actually comes from where you're going to invest. Now, my question to you as I come back to you later would be, do you have a plan in place when you talk about the sustainable agriculture, that where you're going to invest? This is very important so that the youngsters who are sitting here, they'll get to understand which are your core focus areas where actually you would invest to ensure that they get benefit. So moving on to my banker professionals on this side. Now, I heard about you saying that you're very open for partnership, was very interested about that. Now, one of the biggest challenges, and this as a common Vananchi, I also feel, when I come to a bank, the biggest challenge is you go on to look at my records of my financials, how I have performed in last 5 years or 6 years. And I heard about Mr. John talking about, but the question is directed to you simultaneously. I heard Mr. John saying that if you're a TVET, you're TVET certified from any institute and you want to start up an institution or an organization, you are there to help them. My question is, what are the criteria used in order to ensure that these guys are eligible without being given too much of a runaround? So that's my question to Ms. Juma.
Thank you, sir. When the farmers come to the bank and they want to access finance, there are several factors that we look into. And one of them is the trend, your past records, which you've mentioned. Yes, the past record is key because we want to see what have you been doing? How have you been performing? And do you have the market in place? What are you producing? To what amount? So past record is key. And in this past record, you find that most farmers, they don't have a past record. So that brings me to a point where we say, we encourage information to reach out to our farmers. And this we do through different ways, like integration. We bring farmers together. We teach them. We tell them you can put up in a group and come as a group. In fact, there are 4 different ways of collaborations which can be done to make sure that these farmers access finance. Number 1 is the farmer-owned enterprises, where they come up as a cooperative. If you come up as a cooperative, you are better placed to get finances other than when you come individually with no records. Number 2 is the contract financing, which my colleague there mentioned from the county. Contract financing is where the farmers have a designated buyer, off-taker. So when you have the off-taker and we write an agreement where the off-taker says that you'll sell your produce to them at an agreeable price at this particular time, you stand a better chance of getting that money. Then again, we have the management contract where a farmer is just managing the farm for a third party. And this third party is answerable to everything else. Even his accounts are used at the bank. He stands a better chance when he's got no records through this third party. And finally, we've got the family-owned enterprises where the family comes together and they've been doing this business and you can trace it. They get better chances of getting finances through that. So when the farmer comes to us, you mentioned without taking the farmer around, in other words, these are some facts that will help the farmer get financing faster. If you have records, it will be faster. If we have the partnership, it will be faster because the partnership will de-risk so many things. When we partner with other off-takers and we partner with other investors, it will enable us to even give startup capital, where if we didn't partner with these other off-takers, we are not able to give financing. Why? Because this is a business that someone doesn't understand much. Just to give you an example, someone buys a cow and expects this cow to give 30 liters of milk in the morning and another 30 in the evening, just because it's written on paper. So when you come to us and it's a startup, you don't know much about the cows, an example, we will tell you if we have our partners together, we can give you the starter. But without the partners together, you'll find out that this cow must be treated like a baby for it to give the 60 liters of milk, which you are not aware of. So we can't give money without this partnership. So partnership helps us too. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Juma. I think that's very insightful, and all those youth who have been listening to Ms. Juma, this are great insight that she has given to us. Former cooperative coming together in bunches, contract farming, family-owned businesses have an advantage. And I'm sure that they have a better rate of interest, which she doesn't want to let us know at the moment, which I understand. Now, let me go to Mr. Nangwesa of the Cooperative Bank. I'm very interested to know what are your views, I'm talking about your bank, as far as smart farming is concerned, because we have been a lot of efforts been put in as far as zero emission. So smart farming, vertical farming, precision farming, what are your takes, and do you have something for this genre of business that's upcoming in the market? I'll give you 2 minutes, please.
Thank you, Chair. Today, we have so many disruptors in various sectors of our economy, and even agriculture is not saved from that. We have smart ways of detecting climate, for example. Weather patterns. You can be able to tell when it's going to rain so that you can be able to plant on the ground, put the seed on the ground. We are able also to see, using the technology to determine how much volume of milk is expected, optimal volume of milk expected per cow, using technology. Today, you are able to tell, for example, given a certain weather pattern, what disease is likely to strike a given area. And then we can mitigate that through maybe using other factors, for e.g. insurance for that matter. So technology is very, very integral in today's farming, and all of us are, especially the farmer out there, or the young farmers who are actually want to venture into farming, you have to make technology part and parcel of your daily dealings. I think that is my 2 cents in regards to that question. I hope I've done justice to it.
Thank you very much, Mr. John. That was very insightful as well, as far as technology is concerned. So in the nutshell, what he's trying to say is, if you're into any sort of a new technology business in agri, then there is opportunity with the banks as well, who's gonna be very supportive as far as assistance is concerned. Moving on to the director from the county. So I've already placed you the question, 2 minutes, ease of doing business. How would you attract investors to Kisii?
Okay, thank you. As I said earlier, we are working in a partnership with the stakeholders, investors, to promote agribusiness in the county. And I said one of the key areas is on the legislation, creating an enabling environment. I want to talk about 2 things about dairy. In dairy, you find that most of the farmers are keeping low-producing animals. And the county is doing a very big campaign to improve on the quality of those animals so that can improve on productivity. We have an AI program which is supported by the county. We even establishing a nitrogen system depot here to have the AI stored there so that first can improve on the quality of that. The other program we are doing is on production, feeding of the livestock. We are having a program on promotion of fodder and animal disease surveillance, so that if you can produce volumes, then you can attract investors to come and buy the milk. We have either we have it done here, or we have a factory in Nyamira where they can get the milk, deliver, and it be processed. I talked about the bananas. We are in discussion with an investor to come and do banana flour production. We have the structure at the TC here. It's already almost complete. We have done a lot of support to the farmers in terms of supply and promotion of clean planting materials of the bananas which is required for the flour making. So that once the factory is running, we have a good supply of the materials. We have talked with the investors to give their conditions, the protocols of how to run that business. So the county government is working very hard to create that kind of an enabling environment. Again, we have the Kisii Agricultural Training Center, which is just next to this institution here. We are starting Activate, that is agriculture and technology trainings. It has already been accredited by the relevant institution. We have gotten the TOTs to do the training. By September, we expect to start the trainings. I think Mr. Shamuji talked about short courses which are focused. If I want to train just on animal health, like AI, I just come there for 2-3 months, I get the information, the skills, I go and do it. If I want to produce seedlings for planting, which are clean, or avocado, bananas, etc., I come to the Activate institution, I train for 1 month, I get the skills, I go there, I promote that technology, farmers get clean planting materials. And then that means we shall be able to supply quality produce to our customers. So we are very keen on standards and the customer focus. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Malay. Also, the great effort that has been taken by the Kisii government in conjunction with government of Kenya, just to let you know, the incentive schemes that's been given under the export processing zones, which gives you tax benefits up to 10 years, or you talk about the special economic zone. These are available across all the counties. Please do take all the benefits that's been rolled out by the central government in conjunction with the county, as well as for all the youngsters. There's a startup bill which has been presented into the parliament. Let me tell you, we are only the 3rd African nation to adopt a startup bill. And let me tell you, if everything goes well, it has an incentive up to 7 years for the startups to come up. My last comments from your side, I already have a question to you. So please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, in terms of where do then pension funds invest? Pension funds are regulated by the Retirement Benefits Authority. But then in terms of investment, so is also the investment, such that then we don't run into a problem of overexposing pension fund monies. Pension fund monies belong to members. However, for your information, we are required to invest across the entire spectrum. Like we could invest in the stock market, we could invest in properties, we could invest offshore, that's outside the country. We also invest in what we call unquoted equities, and this is where you get that a portion of the money can actually be available to be invested, for example, by what we would call private equity firms. These are private entities who would come and they want money to invest. But then these are decisions which are made by the trustees of the pension scheme. Now, what has happened, and we have seen this, and we've seen these investments, pension schemes are also deliberate in terms of their investment policy. There are pension funds which would say we can only want to invest in agriculture, not directly, but indirectly, okay? We do that indirectly such that then you are able to manage those costs. Like what Madam Juma had mentioned, you look at what kind of institution is coming and they need funds. So as a pension fund, we could invest in that, what we call a private equity fund, which will tell us that actually they want to invest in agriculture. And I'm sure you must have seen a lot of organizations which have invested in agriculture, thereby creating jobs. They are able to create many jobs for the young guys like yourselves who are finishing college to join in these institutions. So you can see the direct contribution of pension funds. So we loan to these institutions who then not only create employment, but they also influence, how agriculture is being done. And so, Chair, thereby we also then at the end of the day, we also get an income which goes back to the members. So what I would also encourage is that please It's an opportunity to save whenever you get. At CPF, the County Pension Fund, we have opportunities for micro savers such that you are able to save even as you are in your small business. You can set aside something small. By the time then, like when COVID-19 came in, at least you have something that you can fall back to as a cushion. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Okimo. This, I would have gone on and on and on with a lot of questions that I have in my kitty, but unfortunately to keep on time, first of all, I need to appreciate all my panelists for the wonderful insight that they have given to us. The bankers are willing to assist everyone, not just the youth and women, but everyone. And I'm sure because I bank with APSA, I'm sorry, but I bank with APSA, and I'm sure that they have a kitty that they can talk about later. You can meet her personally, and I'm sure that's the same with Cooperative Bank as well. The bankers in Kenya are forthcoming to all the young youths. Please do get in touch with relevant bankers that you have. APSA and Cooperative are just right here. A commendable aspect to the Kisii government. They have done a wonderful job, and I was mesmerized. This was the first time I ever came to Kisii in my lifetime of 15 years. I'm amazed with what Kenya National Polytechnic has done so far, the same way the Kisii government. Most important thing is wherever I go, I look at the infrastructure. You should have the right infrastructure. The road should take you right to your house. And also, they have taken this initiative of the World Skill Championship in conjunction with the Kenya National Chamber of Commerce and Industry. A great job, and I'm sure this skill talent that we are going to culminate here every year would go a long way in support each and every youth in this country. Last but not the least, pension is a way of life. You don't have a choice because you don't know what's going to happen after your active working life. So please get in touch base with them. Please do invest in your medical as well as pension. It has been a great afternoon, great 2 days for me. I would have gone on because I love speaking. I thank my distinguished speakers and good afternoon. Thank you very much.
For all your time and their insight into their thing. One clap. And for all the guests for being here for them, one clap. Now the next session. Hello. The next session will be conducted by the chair of the council. We are coming close to the closing ceremony of this meeting and this conference. I will ask all those who are out there to come in. I will ask the organizers of the skills competition and the innovations to continue their thing out there. Call those you examine and give them their awards. Mr. Bravin, don't go. We shall gift you later. So allow me to take this opportunity to announce to everyone that we have the PS who was supposed to close this conference in our midst. And I want to invite the chair of the Governing Council, Kisii National Polytechnic, to take us through the closing ceremony. Karibu, 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 karibu. Chair.
Our chief guest, the PS State Department of Vocational and Technical Education, distinguished guests, good afternoon. I take this moment to invite everybody who is out there so that we may participate together in this closing ceremony. But sir, before we close, allow me to call upon the principal to come and gift our youths who participated in the skills competition on the first day so that you may see the kind of sparring the kind of synergy we are creating around here amongst our youths. They were passionate as they competed. They were excited because it's the first one, and we need to appreciate them. Sir, I will call upon the principal to come Then thereafter, I'll be calling upon the regional director and then the chairman of Education, Training and Research in the council, the chairman of Education, Training and Research in the council committee, the chairman of that council committee, to come and just say a word of thank you to everybody. Then after that, I'll be calling upon Dr. Nyakwara also to be introduced and then to make the vote of thanks. That is the order we are going to do. So I request all the youths who participated in the skills competition to come in because the principal will be reading their names for recognition and for appreciation. Thank you, sir, for finding time to be with us. We appreciate you so much. Bwana Principal.
So all those who participated, youths and their instructors, wherever you are, usite mtu halafu tupate hayuko.
So thank you, Chair Governing Council. Thank you, our guests today. We are coming to almost the end of this conference. Remember, we said that our theme was establishing a unified foundation for sustainable development. And we said that one of the main objectives of this conference is to ensure we have collaborations and also partnership with the industry. So those who have been with us for the last 3 days, make sure that you don't just leave Kisii National Polytechnic without identifying the area in which you can align and where we can partner and also have future collaborations. Now, skills competition is actually new. Kenya registered as the 89th country in the world, and we are taking it seriously because we want to convert passion to professionalism through skills competition. As a pre-conference, we had this competition, and we had 19 skills area, and we had invited the technical training institutions allowed, and also the county government vocational centers were also presented. And in total, we are supposed to award 57 certificates, but because of time, we are only going to award 6 certificates. We also had innovation competition, which is also key to the industry. We are looking at this area on what can be commercialized, and we want the industry to be seeing what we are doing, and they can actually borrow and partner with us or collaborate with us for commercialization. So we also have, for the interest of time, we're also going to have the best 2 innovations, and then the others can be given after that. So for the interest of time, we are not also able to do the communique of the conference. Our website will be live, and we are going to upload the communique and all the materials for the conference. So we have www.knpconference.ac.ke as where you can get the communique and also the conference material. So at this juncture, I'm going to request Moses, ICT. And allow me, Chair, and the guests to have the principals allowed, because they were not here yesterday. I can see Mr. Landa, Principal Siaya. I can see Mr. Adama, Principal Ekrubogitai. I can also see Wesley Agon, Principal Masai Technical. They are with us here. I don't know whether there's another principal who have joined us today. No, now, if they are not, no other principals, I would request that they come and they gift this one for the skills competition. The other area that is also very key, and we are not employing it, is the paper presentation. We have the best 3 people who are selected also in the papers presentation. And that one, we are going to leave it to our guests, But for the time being, we just deal with the skills competition.
I hope that the competitors are here. So if you hear your name, kindly come forward. Brenda Ann McCory from Kisii National Polytechnic on butter making. Where are you? Next is on welding skill competition.
The principals.
Brenda, Mr. Randa, you can give to Brenda for butter making. Valve.
Excuse me. The photographer is requesting you can use the dials for a better photo. Yes.
Yes. Then we have valve seal replacement competition. We have Brian Wanyonyi from MTTI. Brian Wanyonyi. Brian Wanyonyi. Or any other person who can reach him, kindly come and receive. Mr. Yeah, or the trainer. Mr. Andama, you can give to go to the dais. Madam, you can stay at the dais. After that, we have carpentry and joinery skills competition. We have Amos Obuocha, Kisii National Polytechnic. Where are you? Amos Obuocha or his trainer? Amos Obuocha from Kisii National Poly? Not there. Then we have block laying skill competition. Bernard Ochieng, Kisii National Polytechnic. Where are you? Or the trainer? Block laying skill competition. Bernard Ochieng, Kisii National Polytechnic. Titans, where are these people? Any other person from the department can come and receive on behalf of the competitor. We have tile laying skill competition. Eric Nyarieko, Kisii National Polytechnic. Where are you? Eric Nyarieko? Titus and your team could be here so that you receive these certificates because you'll know where to keep them. You are? Bernard Ochieng, Mr. Naba. Then tile laying, Eric Nyarieko. You are? Okay. Eric Nyarieko, uko wapi? Who are you? Eh? Umeitwa?
Moses, you have to bring that certificate. Even if it was not among the 6, it must be brought here.
Titus and Geoffrey. Hiyo certificate mkimbize hapa. Kama mlikuwa mjaandika, andika saa hii. Au mtaletee zawadi tofauti, hata bana wine aende nayo.
Allow me and the guest to select somebody to issue this certificate or to present this certificate. Director, regional director, present the certificate to this young man who is actually fighting for his
for his face.
For his face.
Stella. As they print the certificate, we decided to give to the young man. And he will be gifted by our regional director, Mr. Tuamolango. Kindly take a nice picture of that presentation. Makofi, tafadhali. Yes. Very good.
Thank you. At this junction, the Share Governing Council, you are most welcome to take over the next session.
Thank you so much. And let's appreciate that young man who has insisted. I think yesterday we were told by somebody you must fight for your space. He is actually fighting for his space. Let's appreciate him. He has done well. At this point, it was a research conference. It's okay. It was a research conference. I would like our chief guest, with all humility, to request you to come and present the first three presenters of papers with their appreciation. Asante sana kwa kukubali. We have position number 3, Cynthia Chepkoech from Coast Institute of Technology. Do we have that presenter or somebody from the Coast? Yes, please, let's save time. That is the third position. The title of the paper was entitled Entrepreneurial Hub Centers in TVET Institutions. The need for entrepreneurship education in TVET institutions to spur economic empowerment of the youth. That is the third position. Present for?
Hello?
Okay.
Where is George? Certificate, who you got?
It's okay.
Or whatever you are gifting.
Present to him, you'll get his certificate. Our second position was occupied by Finlay N. Nyanyuki. Finlay N. Nyanyuki of Kisii National Polytechnic. Finlay N. Nyanyuki of Kisii National Polytechnic occupied the second position.
Finlay Nyanyuki.
Yes, please, save time. The last and the best position is number 1. The last and the best position is number 1, which goes to number 1, which goes to Coast Institute of Technology, to a person by the name Robert Onchuru Magare. Position number 1.
Robert Onchuru Magare.
And the title of the paper is Optical Properties of CDXNIL-XS thin films deposited by chemical bath deposition. Well done, Coast Institute. Coast Institute of Technology is located at around Voi. Yeah, it's a beautiful institution.
Hongera sana, mpe makofi.
Yes.
Tena, ametoka mbali sana ingine.
Yes.
Good.
I request that we now have a word from the chairman of the committee in charge of education, research and training. Karibu, you appreciate, you will appreciate our sponsors. Appreciate our sponsors, then we shall have a vote of thanks to everybody else, being read by Dr. Nyakwara, which will come later. Appreciate the sponsors. Then after that, we shall now invite our keynote, because the sponsors is important, our keynote appreciates them.
A point to note, those who have been given certificates, or rather, they have not been signed, so don't go home without them.
Thank you, Chair. Our chief guests, all the participants, all protocols observed, good afternoon. This has been a wonderful event. As an individual, I know I have a lot of passion for TVET, and TVET is the way to go. I want to congratulate all those who participated, right from the skills competition to the keynote speakers. Congratulations. And to our sponsors like APSA, Cooperative Bank, County Pension Fund, Camel Park Hotel, Kenya Pamoja Sacco Society, Kisii Mwalimu Sacco, Dr. Matres, and all other who gave us support, we thank you. To the county security team, we thank you, because I saw so many policemen and ladies who are providing with us security. I want to thank everyone who has participated and encourage you that next time we call upon you, kindly give us a hand again. Congratulations to those who have won, and congratulations to Kisii National Polytechnic, because this is our event and we promise that next year we'll have a better one. Thank you so much and God bless you. Asante.
That is great. That is great. At this point, let us all arise. Let us all arise, for the moment has come. It is my great pleasure to take this moment to invite our chief guest to make his remarks, and thereafter we shall continue with the closing program. Tutatumia makofi ile ya Nyayo. Si mnajua makofi ya ile ya wa namna hiyo. So tutaanza na atakuja pole pole so that we close. Haya, tuanze. 1. Karibu. Karibu. Our PS, State Department of Technical, Vocational, Education and Training. Karibu Kisii, hapa ni nyumbani. Funga na ufungue. Ufungue. Leave it open.
Thank you very much, Chairman of the Council. But, you know, this Makofi thing belongs to politicians, not to civil servants like us. But thank you. Let me acknowledge the county government of Kisii for the great job that they have done in this conference, the chairman, the council, and the management of Kisii Polytechnic for a great job, the sponsors of this great event, the Kenya National Chamber of Commerce. They have also done a great job. Vice Chancellor is present in this event. Our principals, deputy principals, all participants, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I take great pleasure for being part of this event, probably by default. As I've been told that I have come to represent
the Principal Secretary of State Department of TVET, who is out of the country. I am the Administration Secretary in the State Department. But I don't have a background of TVET. My background is administration. And I joined the TVET in March this year from the field. My last station was Homa Bay as a county commissioner. But I want to say that I am so excited. And today, I want to tell you, I have so much to talk about TVET. And I can be one of the very good people who can mobilize and educate people about the importance and the impact of TVET and the extent that it can revolutionize this country. Normally when you are sent to represent, you don't have the leeway or the privilege of talking much of your own. But I want to say that from yesterday to date, I am really very impressed. This has been a great conference. And for the few minutes I sat here, I was wondering why the principal didn't invite me to be part of all the sessions, because I realized it was very insightful, it was very interesting, it was very informative, and it could even formed my off-the-cuff speech, because it was very exciting. The panelists, you did a great job. I would only wish that the kind of discussion we had in this conference could have covered a bigger ground of our population, so that they're able to understand most of these things, because they're very key in our day-to-day lives. Having said all those, without an authority from the appointing authority to read this speech, let me now read the speech from our peers, if you allow me. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I believe you have all done well through the 2 days symposium. It is my conviction that you had fruitful discussions, and hope that the resolutions reached will help us improve delivery in the TVET sector. The theme of the conference, establishing a unified foundation for sustainable development, resonates well with the TVET goals that seeks to provide relevant and adequate skills and competences in strategic disciplines for spurring industrial and economic growth. Ladies and gentlemen, I wish to applaud the Kisii Polytechnic for organizing this wonderful conference that brought together key stakeholders in the TVET sector. My appreciation goes to all participants from government, academia, industry, and everyone who committed time to attend this conference. The State Department is committed to ensure TVET delivers market-oriented programs which will produce graduates who can adapt to the ever-changing labor market and technological trends. I note with satisfaction the contribution of the service industry in fostering the economy and the impact of technical skills in the success of the manufacturing and industrial sectors. The State Department is determined through TVET institutions to feed the industry with an all-round and competent workforce. To improve relevance, quality, and attractiveness of the TVET programs, the government has committed a huge resources to infrastructure development, equipment, and tools. Let me stop there for a minute. I don't know if most of us knows the kind of investment that the government has committed from 2013 to date in trying to promote or to expand TVET. For your information, in 2013, we had 52 TVETs in the whole country. Today, we have 192 operational TVETs and 46 which are nearing completion. In other words, from 2013 to date, we have from 52 to 238 TVET institutions. And this one has spurred enrollment in a very big margin. From 55,000 in 2013 to 249,000 trainees in our TVET institution. That is a very huge, expansion. And as we speak right now, the TVET institutions have a capacity of up to 500,000 students. We only need to do a lot of mobilization and education so that we are able to get more students to the TVET sector. The government has also invested 24 billion for equipment, for equipping these institutions. As we talk right now, most of these institutions, and the principals are here, they can attest to that. We have state-of-the-art equipments in our institutions. Unfortunately, some of them are not utilized because we are still we are still mobilizing our young men and women to join TVET institutions. Somebody gave a testimony of a military officer who went and visited one of our national polytechnics. And what he saw in terms of equipment, he actually shed tears. Because the kind of the equipment he saw, he didn't have an idea that we had such kind of equipment in this country. So this is to tell you that the government is highly committed to ensuring that TVET is one of the major pathways to our economic growth and revolution. Government has dispersed over 10 billion in form of capitation. And this has also spurred growth in enrollment. So I want to say that this conference is a great move because the partnership, the linking of the industry, the labor market, with our institutions, with the trainers, is something that can change this country forever. Good. This has seen a shift from the conventional workshops and laboratories to the state-of-the-art learning facilities that model actual workplace settings where students learn to perform tasks in an environment which mirror what professionals do in the workplace. And for your information, ladies and gentlemen, the most and major practical way in this country to address the elephant in the house of unemployment is through TVET. All of us are crumbling to go to university and believe to get white-collar jobs. But I want to ask you, most of you, I'm sure you either built a house or you have supervised a house. If you ask yourself, how much do you pay a plumber? How much do you pay somebody who is putting tiles in your house? These things look simple, but at the end of the day, you will see that that person earns more than what you're earning by a principal at the end of the month. And we keep on having this negative perception and despising these causes that we need. Yesterday, professor talked about us using toilets. We have professors here. And you will agree with me that without that plumber, you cannot use that toilet. True or false? So we complement each other. But what we are talking right now is if we are able to link our students to the industry, where somebody takes some time in the institution, and then some percentage, a good percentage of time in the industry. When this gentleman completes his course, he can easily be employed anywhere in the world because he got an opportunity in an industry or his area of specialization, and he did it practically. He did it practically. I was sharing with some friends today in the morning that I was doing some building at home, and the person who was doing my wiring is somebody from one of the TVETs, and he was doing it personally. Yeye mwenyewe anachukua wires, anachukua pipes, you know, hands-on. How many of our graduates from our universities who have done these technical courses, including these engineers, electrical engineers, who will go and do that job practically? So you will realize that the practical knowledge is more real in day-to-day life than the academic knowledge. So it is my hope and my wish that all of us be the preachers outside there, telling our Kenyans, our young men, that TVET is like any other institution. Government has given an incentive where they are paying capitation 30,000 per trainee. The 26,000 balance is supposed to be met by the parents or the sponsors. Because at the end of the day, all of us also have to have a responsibility. Even in life, there's a responsibility that God can do for you. There's something that God can do for you. There's something a friend can do for you. And there's something that you have to do it personally. So it is very disturbing when you have been given 30,000 and you cannot work very hard to bridge that gap. So you can realize that what I told you, that I am a very zealous man about Tibet, because I have seen what it has in our lives. The kind of the kind of unemployment in this country brings so many other things that affect totally our social life. One is insecurity, for example. When people don't have anything to eat, when they're angry, they will be forced to go and look for that for food. And in the process, they can either get it in the right manner or in an illegal way. So if we're able to ensure at least in every family there is somebody who has been employed, we will go very far. Good. The introduction of CPET courses in Tibet is part of the sector reforms aimed at integrating global best practices to link the Tibet system outputs with labor sector requirements. We are now looking outside market, not only in Kenya. We want our graduates, because we are producing first-class trainees, skills, first-class skills. They are capable of looking for a job in any part of this country, outside this country. So in other words, we'll also be solving our problem of unemployment at home, and at the same time, also improving our economy, because there will be a lot of dollars coming home. Ladies and gentlemen, quality and relevant development of skills all over the world has been achieved through the involvement of the industry, more so in crafting of industry-relevant curricula. The ministry has always been keen to involve the ministry in Tibet reforms as the surest way of producing work-ready, world-ready, and future-ready graduates for the skilled manpower needs of the economy. In conclusion, the ministry will review meetings and call upon you to take part in the implementation of the recommendations that are being derived from this conference. Finally, this marks the beginning of a journey that indeed takes a unified approach in transforming the Tibet sector, and together we shall succeed. I want to reiterate that you are being here, the sponsors, the industry, the academia, has never been in vain. Because out of the outcome of this conference, we are going to ensure that something out of it will impact in our Tibets. So I want to thank you very much for committing yourself, committing your time, committing your resources to be in this conference. I know people who do business, time is money. So by being here, you've committed that money, that time, and we really appreciate. Finally, I want to appreciate the management of Kisii National Polytechnic, Wana Chair, and the principal and the council. You've heard what the CS said yesterday. You've heard the testimonies of people giving about the management of Kisii National Polytechnic. You have done well. You have done a great job. I want to throw this challenge to our principals who are in the house. When you go back, ask yourself, for the time you have been in the institution that you have been given, what difference have you made? Because you are there in those institutions, not because you are the best. It's just because God gave you that opportunity. God gave you that privilege. And service to humanity is service to God. And it will come a time where all of us will be accountable. If not to your employer, if not to the government, but to God. To God. You are carrying lives of people in your back. If those lives are destroyed in your hands, I want to assure you that God will never have mercy on you. This is a great example of a performing institution or an institution of performing people. When you are given an institution, you don't have to look at the status of the institution. Just say, I was given this institution at this point. I am determined to take this institution to another level. Somebody said one time, if you want to know a good pilot, is when he experiences crisis in the air and is able to land safely. That is how you can assess a great pilot. I want you, ladies and gentlemen, principals, when you go back, go and do some soul searching. Go and evaluate your work, evaluate yourself. And rate yourself and ask yourself, are you doing the right thing or not? The CS and even the PS are so much focused in results. And you all of you anyway, you've always seen the CS speak even in the press. His interest is only one. It's only performance. But you may not know whether you're performing or not. But wewe mwenyewe unajijua. Si ni kweli? So that is my challenge. I want to give to the principals. I also want to congratulate the competitors, those who participated in the skill competition. That is a good spirit, and we really appreciate. Having said that, having read the speech of the PS and added some few things, I want now to declare this conference officially closed. Thank you very much. And you said I opened again, though? You said I close and I open. But I want to ask one question as I sit down. You know, you called me to give certificates for the best. And then, you just gave me papers, which was written. And I was unable to give to the press. That is an allied note. Thank you very much, good people. God bless you. When you go back, go safely. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Sasa ile mingi, makofi mingi ni ya wale wengine, lakini tutampea moja ya academicians. Fungua. Tunampea moja tu. Haya, make it bright and beautiful. Haya, twende. Hiyo sasa ni yetu. Thank you so much, our PS. We are grateful that you've come. Members, be a good pilot. In whatever responsibility you are given, be a good pilot. You will give an account for everything that you are responsible for. You'll give an account, personal account. Evaluate yourself. Okay, I evaluate myself. Sasa hiyo ni kila mtu ajipime. Asante. We shall have the vote of thanks, and thereafter we shall have our spiritual leader taking us through the closing prayer. Before we make the closing prayer, maybe the announcements. Principal Karibu. Okay. I'm reminded of something very important, our chief guest. There is a cake that has been awaiting to be cut. And I'm told ukate hiyo keki tu, kumaanisha tumefurahi na tumemaliza. Mwenye keki nikimalizia kuongea, keki iko wapi? Keki naitaka hapa juu. And I'll invite the chief guest to be the person cutting the cake. Symbolic to show that we were well fed. And yesterday I had a big case about this cake. Niliuliza hii keki yangu mutakula lini? So while the cake is being prepared, sir, I request principal to escort our Bwana Aurora na principal. Please take our chief guest hapo juu wakate keki na utuongoze na wimbo Bwana Aurora. This is an academic function when you utajua vile utapeleka. Because wewe unajua mambo ya keki. Haya, sasa ni Aurora na keki. Wacha tuone vile kutaenda. Na apewe microphone. They might tell us a word of two of wisdom. Then thereafter we shall have the word of prayer said. And after the word of prayer, I invite all of us to lunch. There will be lunch for all of us. And thereafter you'll have safe journey masses to wherever you are going. And when you reach there, take our greetings. I'm trying to clear my talking. We appreciate all our sponsors. We appreciate all our sponsors. May God bless you. We appreciate all our presenters. May God bless you. We appreciate all the attendees, everybody who sat here patiently and you loaned us your time. May God bless you. We appreciate everyone. We appreciate everyone. Take our regards. Certificates will be brought to your institutions for the competitions. There is nobody who will not receive their certificate of participation, certificate of winning, certificate of every good thing. Do you have a microphone? Yes. Sasa mujipange.
Thank you. Chief guest, Madam Eunice has surprised the international conference. We did not facilitate her. We did not even tell her to do it. She has done it out of her own volition. Tafadhali mpigie makofi. And this is a natural cake. And since she has surprised us, I think, let me give her 30 seconds to tell us the ingredients of this cake.
Thank you so much for the opportunity. I'm so humbled. My name is Madam Eunice. In the hospitality department, I have a passion in bakery and pastry. I hope, Principal, you'll give us the opportunity again, all these academicians to come and benchmark on the bakery that we are going to establish very soon.
Hiyo inahitaji makofi.
On that note, you are so welcome. This cake is made of natural ingredients. We use the beetroots, the carrots, the lemons, all the natural ingredients, plus that's the natural wheat flour. You are so welcome and we are so humbled. Thank you
so much. Pigie makofi tena. Asante sana. Now we are going to cut the cake. It's so natural. And for those of you who have birthdays, watoto wako na birthday, harusi. Sasa mmeona password? Haya, asante sana. So our chief guest, kindly hand him the knife as they cut, as he cuts. Yes. Iko wimbo ya kukata keki. Si tunajua. Haya. Kata. 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 Ah, nice. Kata. Wow, that's great. Wonderful. Wow, thank you so much. I think you need to test that cake as as our chief guest, Madam. Thank you, thank you.
Thank you so much, Chief Guest, for cutting the cake.
Thank you.
We shall share with all our sponsors. Please, a piece of our cake will go to every sponsor and everybody who is in this function. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Our chief guest from the BSC's office, the sponsors that you have sponsored for this function, the management, the council members, the management of Kisii National Polytechnic, the participants. I want to take this opportunity to thank everybody for the participation. Bwana PS, I want to thank you very much because you decided to come all the way from the other side to tell us or to occasion this function. And I want just to tell you that because the support you are giving us, when you go back to Nairobi, please greet the PS, tell him that the Kisii Polytechnic fraternity is very happy with what he said yesterday. Principal, remember, the governor asked you that you have not done some work. He gave you only 3 months. But the CS, because it's so good, he added you 6 months more. When appears when you go back, tell him that it's going to be done even less than the 3 months that the governor of Kisii County asked. I want again to thank the representative of the ministry who are here earlier. There's somebody we call the government of Kenya. I don't know where he has gone. He also did a good job. Oh, the government of Kenya is there for an PS. We call him the government of Kenya because he talks like the government. While you were away, he presented you very well, and we are very happy with what he did. But as a council member here, I want to tell you that the ministry people, we are doing our work. You have seen what we have done. Even the CS himself said, when you go back with a good message, convince more the CS that we are happy with what the support that you are giving us. I want also to thank the sponsors led by Chambers of Commerce. I was listening very carefully about the message that was passed to us. I think everybody enjoyed, especially our students and the staff, and even the presenters. They were very particular about something yesterday. Today, they have also done something. I was very keen listening about the research conference. Actually, it had the purpose because everybody tried very much. For those ones who participated, you are given certificates. I want to tell you that the others who have not been given, that you think that you are not considered, but you have done something good. Because when we talk about research, you do research, you research until you don't get tired. That's what we do in the university. I also wanted to say that sometimes people used to think
that the research is only done in universities. But today we can be able to confirm that it can also be done in polytechnics. The principals who have been around, I want to appreciate your presence. And also we want also to be invited in your institutions. We come and do something good like this. I want to thank the people of the county government of Kisii, because when this conference was supposed to take place, it was postponed. I think, Banapias, you are aware. And the second part, it was almost going to be cancelled out. But I want to thank this principal seated here, because he was running up and down. Whenever I was calling him, he would tell me that I think this thing is not going to happen because it has not been approved. And I want to thank the county government through the people present here, Akinedi, Akina Okiba, and the others. We had a meeting with the governor within 10 minutes. And within that 10 minutes, he called, and this conference was accepted. Otherwise, we could have not had this conference around. And as the council, I want to thank you very much, because when this idea of the conference came, I remember that time we were saying that we want to do something when appears to show that we are also relevant in this institution. We talked about a conference, it was started. I want to thank the management of Kisii National Polytechnic, that committee who sat down and make sure that abstracts were sent in time. And actually, you people, you worked hard. You know, as a council, we can be able to approve something, and then the people are supposed to implement. If they don't implement, then that thing is not going to happen. I want to thank everybody, especially the Kisii fraternity, for what you did. And we are going to do more. When you go back, tell them that Kisii National Polytechnic, we will organize another one like this. If this thing, if it was not COVID, I'll tell you that everybody would be here. But because of the COVID, when a principal you worked hard, you did not sleep. When a chairman, I want also to tell you that you are leading us from the front, because we are talking that we wanted this conference to take place. When it was postponed the first time, we sat down and we said that, what are we going to do? We said, let us try option B, isn't it? And you had the CS said that he was in abroad, but he decided to travel and he came back to Kisii National Polytechnic. I know very well everybody is supporting. For the participants, those people who presented the papers, we are very keen about them. I think you have brought a very big message to our youth, the young men, because it was relevant to debate. And I know this knowledge we are going to get it. I heard the PS saying that he was building a house and somebody else was doing it. And I want this message to go to all our youth who are running in these institutions and other institutions, so that whenever you are doing whatever you are running, make it relevant, let it practical. Because sometimes back, people used to think when you go to school, you will come back and get a very good job. But I want to tell you that self-employment is one of the best. They can earn a lot of money, and we can also be able to mention that. For the student, I also want to thank them because they have also shown some support. I saw most of them were elsewhere. But the next time, we want to promise that if COVID is going to end sometimes, but I want to say that next time, we'll also be able to train and encourage our students so that they can also be able to participate. Because with the conference, people will not be idle, things will move very well. So I don't have much to say, but only to wish you, when you go back, you go well, greet the people of the ministry, and make sure you eat that cake that has been cut. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. We are now coming to the end, but before we finish, our chief guest allow us to present small gifts to the following. Mr. Travin. Bravin, please come. Madam Aska.
Madam Aska,
And I will announce the third person to be gifted after those two are gifted. And I request the chief guest to present.
And
Mr. Praveen is from the,
just come over.
It's from the Kenya National Chamber of Commerce and Industry. He's in charge of the youth programs. The gift is
when
going
yes,
to
you
be
can be
presented.
in the middle.
Please, the gift, please, the gift, the gift, the gift.
Yes.
Yes. Give the first gift for Mr. Praveen. Oh, both.
Mr. Bravin. Congratulations, congratulations.
Madam Aska. You still present, sir? Yes.
Stella, be quick at it.
And while that is happening, I request Madam
there is
Edna
a memorial
from the
there for
Kisii
Madam
County
Aska.
government on behalf of our Governor, His Excellency James Ongwae, to present the last gift together with the principal, Kisii National Polytechnic, to our chief guest.
That is to Madam Aska. To Madam Aska.
Sasa Madam Aska is receiving her gift.
Thanks a lot, thanks a lot. It will remind you you are here.
Now on behalf of,
thank you.
Remain there, sir.
Now
You are
it
the
is you.
recipient.
It is
You are the
yes.
recipient of the last gift.
Hakuna ingine? Ombiro, at tune as we gift the chief guest, a very quick one. This is to show that you came to the land of the soapstone. Yes. Very good, very good, very good. We are not done yet. We are not yet, Bwana Chief Guest. Good.
Abubucha bageni nduchembu yabale baba. Abubucha bageni nduchembu yabale baba. Abubucha bageni nduchembu yabale baba. Bageni baita bageni nduchembu yabale baba. Ojubucha na mwangi nduchembu yabale baba. Mwangi minto na mwangi nduchembu yabale baba. Ngiti na mwangi nduchembu yabale baba. Babo murando chembu yabale. Ngeni gali moiga bali mundu chembu yabale.
Thank you.
Spiritual leader, come and offer the closing prayer. May we all arise for the closing prayer. May we all arise for the closing prayer.
Let us pray. Father God, Jehovah, in the name of Jesus, we come before you this afternoon to glorify you for what you have done unto us, Lord. Thank you, my Father, because since we started on Tuesday up to this moment, you have led us, oh my Father, with your powerful, mighty hand. We can say it is not because we had money. It is because that we have the energy, but it is because of the name of the Lord that we have seen this conference successful. My Father, thank you because you have never left us. When we seek your face, you are ready to answer us. Thank you because of our guests, starting from Lord, the Cabinet Secretary of this education ministry. Thank you, my Father. We want to pray for blessings unto him, his family, and his office, his team. We pray for the PS and his team. Thank you, my Father, because of the Kenya National Chamber of Commerce. We pray you bless them, Lord, as they continue serving this nation. We pray, Jehovah, you also bless the industry. They are tireless looking, Lord, how to even come up with innovations. We are praying, Jehovah, for the institutions which were involved in this, Lord, thanking the governor and the county government because they have given us the support that we requested. Thank you, my Father, because of this institution. I want to present the council unto you, Jehovah, the administration, for what they have done, Lord. And I know that you are going to transform this institution because you have raised an altar here. Lord, we humbly come before you. We pray, Jehovah, that you bless the trainers, the trainees, and all our partners. Now that we have come to the close of this conference, I pray, Jehovah, for the journey mercies. May you lead us, Lord. Next time when we shall meet, Lord, we will glorify and praise your name. As we go, we are going for lunch. You bless it. It is in Jesus' mighty name we pray and believe. Amen.
Cake is watching. Madam Eunice, you can now share the cake. Council Chair. The guest of honor and his team will go to the holding tent. The rest of us will take our lunch from the student center. Kindly. Ombiro, Atune. Share the cake. Tunatoa keki, keki inatolewa. Keki.